This is Saratoga Live, as always brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Busy couple days across the street. Fireworks at the Fasig-Tipton Saratoga sale, and now racing resumes on this side of Union Avenue. Live look, Saratoga Racecourse. Stunning afternoon at the spa. Great to have you with us on Fox Sports 2. Trackside, welcome everyone. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. It's hard to believe, but in just moments, the start of week 5 at the meet. The first of 8 races in about 14 minutes. 8 races because the steeplechase event, Jonathan Kaiser Memorial, has been canceled or postponed for a second consecutive week. It's beautiful now, but overnight rain leading to the cancellation of all turf racing this afternoon. So now, today's race is brought to you by Claiborne Farm. It looks like this. First race to be contested is the second on your program. Starts the early pick 5. Late pick 5 begins in the 5th. Plus the Johnstone Mile for New York Breds, race 8 here at Saratoga. So I welcome in my co-host. He's a 4-time Breeders' Cup champion jockey, Rajiv Mirage, New York Racing Association analyst, Andy Serling. Guys, the bad news, no turf racing. The good news, still a very interesting competitive Wednesday feature.
Yeah, I mean, listen, we don't want to lose turf racing. Obviously, it's disappointing for us, disappointing for the fans and the owners and trainers. But I actually think the races we lost today, I think it's 3 turf races. I have opinions, whether it's good or bad, in all of them. And I think they held up enough that those races weren't that badly hurt by coming off the turf.
Case in point, the Johnstone Mile. There's the field. Key scratch, number 6, Cupid's Heart, out. Sterling Silver, 7-5 morning line favorite. She'll be shorter than that. 1 mile, Wilson Shoot. Andy, her last route, 12 starts ago, Belmont Park, the critical eye, Sterling Silver, chasing a mare who nearly defeated an eventual champion in her next start.
Exactly, and that's why I showed this race, because I was looking back for a race where she went long. And I remember she took a lot of money this day and thinking, why are they betting her? She's a closing sprinter type. Well, they were dead right. She ran super. And as you said, the winner of the race, a Todd Pletcher-trained runner, came back and lost a photo in the Delaware Park handicap to Idiomatic. With Idiomatic sort of getting that run going that got her to the championship last year. I think she's been compromised last time out. She's the worst to beat, Rush.
I mean, over the course of the last 2 years, the company she has kept will just tower over the ones that she faced today. She's been running mostly against open company, and now she gets to face New York Breds. I will say, though, 2 starts ago, she was 3-5 against New York Breds. She ran a good, credible race, but she was 3rd, beating a length and a half. So, different race. It was sprinting and all that. But, look, she's clearly the horse to beat, but she'll be a super short price.
Whitney Winning Connections, Junior Alvarado, Bill Mott, Johnstone Mile, race 8 post time around 5:10 Eastern. Week 5 highlights, the stakes schedule. Some reshuffling to be sure. Nothing has changed today, tomorrow, or Friday, but on Saturday it looks different, looks deeper. Postponed Grade 1 Saratoga Derby and Troy in the mix, along with the Grade 1 4-Star Dave and Saratoga Special for 2-year-olds. And as always, we invite you to play with us. Get involved, sign up. NYRABets.com. When you do so, use that promo code SPOT250. Earn up to a $250 deposit match after your first deposit at any track. Anywhere, anytime. Join now, NYRABets.com, to earn your $250 deposit match. Always exciting. Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. Spendthrift Farm, home of North America's 5-time reigning champion, General Sire Into Mischief. Presence felt at the sale, to say the least. Here's the field. 2-year-old fillies maiden special weight with a restriction, all sold for $50,000 or less at their most recent sale. Will not be swayed, will be zeroed in on by the handicappers. Odds on with about 10 minutes to post.
I mean, she ran into a horse in her first start last time out, opening day of the meet, trained by Al Stahl, that had experience. And also had run extremely well with that experience. Had a big trip that day, was very unlucky to lose. And she really gave her a big test, and it was 14 lengths back to the 3rd horse. She's favored for a reason.
So we welcome Maggie Wolfendale to the broadcast, standing by with the Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. Paddock Report. Hey, Maggie.
Hey, Lafi, let's check in with some horses that are coming to the Naira circuit for the first time, including a Gulfstream Park Invader for Kentucky Derby winning trainer Gustavo Delgado with number 2. That's Thankfully. I thought last time she ran a very credible race where she ran 1-2 around the racetrack with Unchained Eileen that day, and she actually was kind of herded over a bit, or at least drifted out to the center of the racetrack by that eventual winner. So maybe some intimidation factors are going on there. But I like what she's showing me here in the paddock today. Incredibly professional, really relaxed and well within herself, but obviously has that natural speed and ability. Lovely frame to her too, and looks strong heading into her second start. Number 7 is Tiz Purple. This one for Jorge Delgado, as she is another one that was wired while chasing last time by a horse who had experience at Monmouth Park. She kept coming though, kept finding, and I thought that was promising considering she goes from the 5 to the 6 furlongs here today. She's another one that is beautifully put together, incredibly athletic, getting a little bit more on her toes since the rider was up, but handles herself beautifully until that moment, but just acting like she's ready. You know, I like that kind of sass that we're seeing from her right now, and really emerged from that first effort looking as though she gained that experience mentally and definitely physically, Lafitte.
Amazing how much of a difference one start can make. Great stuff, Maggie. Early pick 5 starts here. First race of the afternoon, race 2 on your program, Call to Post, and always fun to start the week with these 2-year-old fillies at Saratoga, and these races that give these freshmen a chance to compete here without having to take on the fillies with the monster pedigree, the 7-figure fillies. Again, the restriction, all purchased for $50,000 or less in their most recent sale. You saw Bossy Dish, there's Thankfully.
Second first time out at Gulfstream Park. This one ran a good race chasing in an 11-horse field.
Mez, California, 4th behind a good filly in her debut.
Would have to improve a great deal off the debut. We'll see. Usually second-time starter. Probably improve a little bit, maybe not enough.
Number 4, Gerland's Empire, also chased Dare to Breeze opening week.
Ran a good race at this level for its debut. Usually expect natural improvement after having one race under their belt.
Dare to Breeze came back to run 4th in the Adirondack on Sunday, not too late. Pictured at 16-1.
Yeah, while she finished second in her debut, it was a distant second in a slow race.
Royal Princess, Nice Guy Stable owned, first-time starter.
Yeah, this $50,000 OBS purchase barely makes the cutoff here. She looks like she's working good down at Fair Hill for a trainer that can win first time out.
Tiz Purple, yeah, solid first try at Monmouth, 4th of July.
Stalked a slow pace that day, and the other speed held on. Was heavily bet that day. I thought a little disappointing.
Odds on, 3 to 5. There she is. Will not be swayed.
That was just a rock-solid debut. She actually encountered some trouble early, got shuffled back a bit, and made a strong run. It's going to take a lot of beating to beat this filly today.
2-year-old filly, Spendthrift, 2-year-old race of the day. Post time 7 minutes. Will not be swayed. Flavian Pratt to ride. This was Will Not Be Swayed's debut right here opening day, Andy, and Will Not Be Swayed. It just does everything but win.
She runs back to her debut. She's 1-9 to win this race, unless somebody dramatically improves. Now, often they won't run back to that debut. But the interesting thing is, especially 2-year-old fillies, the number 2, Thankfully, the number 7, Tiz Purple, the other horses taking money, they're all in the same boat, right? They all ran reasonably well first time out. So if you're going to say, well, I don't trust her to run back to her debut, then you might want to find somebody else. Now, I'm not saying I'm looking for somebody else because I picked the 2 second, but why would the 2 or 7 show up and not the 8?
3 to 5, Raj, you poke any holes in her? I don't see any holes to poke really, because she has a great outside post here. I think it's gonna make her in the clear where she's not gonna encounter any trouble, any adversity. She ran so good in her debut from a speed figure standpoint, from just visually looking at it. There's a lot to like. Now, the good thing about this race is if you're looking for an alternative, the other horses ran very good as well in their debut. There's like this number 7. So she's not running against bad horses. This is some quality horses for this level.
Tiz Purple, her first start, 4th of July, as mentioned, Monmouth Park. She's chasing a nice filly. What was it that you weren't, even though she ran second, solid effort, it looks like on paper, what didn't you like about the race?
Well, I'm an adherent of the Beyer speed figures. I believe very strongly in them as a raw figure, but I also look at the Timeform US figures. And the Timeform US figures are pace-based. So they will take into account horses that were hurt by being near fast paces, horses that were helped by being near slow paces.
Sure.
And you look at the two, thankfully, in the 7 Tis Purple. Andy Beyer has them both getting a 65 Beyer. I have no argument with their figures at all. Timeform US, however, has thankfully the two running considerably better. And I'm sure that's because they feel that the pace that she was in was a much, much faster pace. So I think she really ran the better race. Now, she was on a sloppy track. This was on a dry track. So I tended to go towards the 2 over the 7 because I think that she was helped a little bit by the fact the pace was pretty moderate last time.
All fair points. Tis Purple, 7-1. Tyler Gaffleone. There's a Royal Princess, the first-time starter, relatively cold on the board for trainer Brittany Russell. Russell having the grade 1 placing in the Whitney last Saturday with post time, finishing third.
Terrific trainer. She's got a number of starters today that look actually live. She has a decent numbers. I looked up 2-year-old first-time starters in dirt sprints. She wins at 20% with 110 over the last 5 years, which is a very solid rate. Her ROI is $1.29. Now, she's a trainer that runs a lot of short-priced horses out of town, so it's not that surprising. So if you like this horse at 13-1, that's a good enough stat. The ROI isn't really relevant when you're talking about a long shot.
Fresh face, Royal Princess. What will she do in her debut? Arad Ortiz, Flavien Prat. What do they do at Saratoga? Win lots of races. Ortiz on the 1, Bossy Dish. Flavien Prat on the favorite will not be swayed. Should Pratt cash in with a 2-5 favorite, they'd be separated by 1 win as we kick off week 5. Raj.
I mean, last week was so exciting. There were so many races that these two jockeys were first and second in, and that, you know, at the end of this meet, whether it's a close one at the end, some of these races last week with a horse being passed and coming back to win and a disqualification.
Yep. Putting Flavien up, taking Irad down.
Putting Flavien up, taking Irad down.
Which is important, Rajiv, because Irad got 3 days for that.
Yep.
Now, I think it's blatantly unfair, personally. I don't know how you can say that he was reckless there at all. I think they just didn't know the spot, but that 3-day suspension could really hurt him for the title.
I was fine with the disqualification, surprised by the 3-day suspension, Maggie, but he's riding today. There he is on Bossy Dish, and the fact that he takes over on this filly for her second career start.
Yeah, and he's going to look to put some padding between him and Flavien with those days coming up imminently. But taking a look at number 1, Bossy Dish, for Rudy Rodriguez in here wearing those somewhat familiar colors of Dream Walkin' Farm for the late Toby Keith. Bossy Dish, I was not in the paddock for her debut back at Belmont at Aqueduct, but she was wired that day by heavily favored Complexion, who just popped out of there and led them on a merry chase. Bossy Dish actually didn't break that badly. She just wasn't quick enough to keep up, as we do see Arad giving her quite a lengthy and active warm-up out on the racetrack, knowing that he's going to have to break from that inside post to kind of keep her involved. But she also isn't built like a filly that should be that out-and-out speedball. She's got a lot of size and scope to her. I mean, look at her next to the lead pony there. This is a 2-year-old filly, so the fact that she's bigger than the lead pony, who obviously is quite older, and the gelding, says a lot about where she stacks up physically. So getting an extra furlong here is really going to be to her benefit, and I would have to assume that she's that much more fit having that start under her belt. She's a generous 12-1, and I think there's a lot of upside with her. Moving on to your favorite, she's actually showing me exactly the same thing that I saw from her first time. That's number 8, Will Not Be Swayed. She looked incredibly fit for her debut. She was very sharp for her debut. In fact, today, Flavien is keeping her with the pony because she's awfully rammy and rambunctious once she got out there. So I don't love to see that. You know, with second-time starters, you want them to be handling it well within themselves. So, yeah, she should win here based upon figures, but I feel like there's a lot of upside with several others in here. That's why I went to number 2. Thankfully, she just ticked every box for me, and I think she can build upon that effort. First time out at Gulfstream Park as she gets on a fast track. But let's talk about a debuter in here, the lone first-time starter in number 6, Royal Princess. They paid $50,000 for this daughter of Liam's Map, who doesn't strike with his first-time starters that frequently. In fact, only 9%, but worked 10-1 over a track at OBS that looked fairly chewed up. You know, think about it. You're going to yield better times when you have a pristine racetrack. back. But it looked like, she was one after several, had already worked over the strip that day. So may have been able to just go a little bit faster. Once she was asked and got going, she showed good extension to her stride. She's giving me the impression, though, guys, that she might need to start mentally and physically, probably some ability there. But I just want to take the wait and see approach first. Time out.
Debut runner by Liam's Map. I was a fan, Andy. I was here when he won the Woodward. So disappointed he didn't run in the Breeders' Cup Classic in 2015.
I would say that's the greatest disappointment for me in Breeders' Cup history for big races, because I so wanted him to take on American Pharoah. I thought he could have been kryptonite for him. His loss in the Whitney to Honor Code, Rajiv, I thought was one of the great losing performances I've ever seen in a big race.
His natural speed with going long, it was just something to really be in awe of, because he is fast.
That classic could have featured a Triple Crown winner, American Pharoah, Liam's Map, rider off Javier Castellano, thankfully.
Beholder
should have been there. California Chrome should have been there instead of.
I'm still bitter about all of this.
Worldwide.
I'm bitter about all of it.
I can't think.
I am.
Because I was such a fan. It all comes from
that
a good
was
place
the day they should have all met. I totally agree. It's a real disappointment. That would be a race if I could have an alternate universe and wish for. I would wish for that race.
Who would have won that race?
Williams Map.
He would have been. I don't. That's the thing. I don't know. They were
I loved
loaded
him.
Classic. It's been 9 years. We'll get over it at some point. There's the favorite. Will not be swayed. 2-5 for the Spendthrift 2-year-old. Race of the day for the first at Saratoga. We hand things over to Frank Miramati, the voice of the Spa for the second consecutive summer, the voice of the Belmont Stakes. And if it sounds like I'm stretching, it's because I am. We have activity in the gate, thankfully, again, and Javier Castellano off once again.
That's the number 2. Thankfully, I believe it's acting up. And Javi's
Contender.
thinking, did I really need to start my week like this? Or there's some, there's. Is she being rammy?
Would that qualify? She's being difficult. We know that, thankfully, and she has done this before. She's raced before, so she has the experience. Her second career start, but pausing and delaying the start of this first race, actually the second on your program from Saratoga. They try to get her settled down here. Rajiv, as a rider, and once you get back aboard, what's your what are you
it seems like they're unsaddling her.
She out. Over to Maggie.
Yeah, this is going to be a late scratch here of number 2, thankfully. And we have that rule here at NYRA in which when a horse is hocks hit the ground, any hind end part of them hit the ground. And I don't exactly know what happened with her per se, because our cameras were not on her, but also if maybe she went up, she reared up and maybe banged her head. It's just an automatic scratch. It's there to protect the horse, to protect the betting public. And Andy, sorry you're not somebody on the backside, but rammy is a word that we use when horses get a little pushy with the pony.
That's backstride. That's a new language.
Happens front side too, because you get rammy with me all the time.
Well, there's a reason. Rammy. Okay.
Just gets
the backside dictionary. It's not like the Urban Dictionary. It's the backside
dictionary.
Dictionary.
So you know where she's coming from.
Did Maggie think
you
she was defending
rammy.
the use of that word because it's a backside?
It was more
Did
like
you win that battle with me?
I think she was more educating you, more than anything else. Is how it came off to me. All right, so they'll try this again.
Sure,
the late scratch.
The word educate in that
Thankfully,
conversation.
out. See the pool for that early pick 5, and they are moving over Bossy Dish with Arado Ortiz. Bossy Dish, trained by Rudy Rodriguez, notoriously streaky. Hot streaks go cold streaks go fast in a hurry. He was blanked the first couple of weeks here. 3 wins, one of them by DQ, but 3 wins last week for Rudy Rodriguez.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about Rudy is he was a very high percentage trainer for a number of years. And over the last 2 to 3 years, he has been a much lower percentage trainer. I think that's the biggest switch overall with Rudy. Even though he's been called to start, even look, in 2024, he's winning 11%. He was winning over 20% for years.
But he had a good week last week. He had a couple winners and then got put up in one race. Sometimes that's the thing that gets you fortunate. When you win a race that you're not supposed to win, you win it in the steward's room, that's when you kind of feel like the tides are turning.
Things broke his way on that afternoon, and Arado Ortiz to take over on the second-time starter Bossy Dish from the rail. Filing in, Better Behaved. Again, the late scratch, thankfully. 1-4 now and will not be swayed from the outside with Flavien Prat. The victory here, and he's 1 win shy of Rod Ortiz, the current leader in this chase for an Angel Cordero riding title. Up to Frank Miramati for the remainder of the load. We hope post time for the second race live from Saratoga.
Thank you very much, Lafitte. Just waiting on 2 more. Tiz Purple coming up. And will not be swayed, who was 14 lengths clear of the third place finisher in that debut effort. Goes up as the prohibitive favorite this afternoon. They're all in line. And they're off. Tiz Purple is out very quickly and vies for the lead. Not Too Late is up close in the early stages, and down at the rail, Bossy Dish now moves up to take second. Royal Princess Will Not Be Swayed, maybe a slight bobble on the outside, moves up to take third. They're followed by Gerland's Empire, as Not Too Late shuffled right out of it, and another 3 back to Mez, California. Tiz Purple takes them through the opening quarter mile, which was clicked off in 22 and 2/5 seconds. Will Not Be Swayed up alongside to challenge in second. It's 3 more to the first-time starter, Royal Princess third, just in front of Bossy Dish, who's fourth. Then comes Not Too Late, trying to re-engage on the far outside. Gerland's Empire and Mez, California, there at the top of the stretch. Tiz Purple and Will Not Be Swayed come to the 8th pole together. Tiz Purple, a tough customer. Will Not Be Swayed is fully extended and now a full length behind. A long way scramble as Mez, California moves into third. Tiz Purple Will Not Be Swayed. Tiz Purple too good. Tiz Purple handwritten to a 2-length score. Will Not Be Swayed was second. Mez, California and Gerland's Empire.
Resolute, determined, Tiz Purple fends off the challenge of the favorite, Will Not Be Swayed, and graduates in her second career start, 5-1 at post time.
She was much sharper out of the gate than the 7 was, than the 8 was, and it gave her a bit of an advantage. And while she drifted a bit in the stretch, I worry a little bit. We have days, Rajiv, we're coming off a lot of rain and this track is drying, that inside horses have an advantage.
Yeah, well, I will say Tiz Purple was not lucky to win this race because she ran hard from the onset, cleared up quite a few of her rivals to her inside, established that real position, and but she was always hounded by Will Not Be Swayed, who sat a perfect trip. Yes, she didn't get off too great, but she was always in a good spot. If she's much the best, she's supposed to go by there.
I agree with that, but I want to keep an eye on this racetrack. We saw this last week. After significant rainfall, we had a big, huge inside bias. One race certainly doesn't a bias make.
Right.
I'm not in way suggesting it, but I want to keep an eye on that because this is the first indication that a horse who was superior on paper didn't underperform, and another horse overperformed.
It's something to monitor throughout the remainder of the afternoon, and nothing but dirt racing on this Wednesday program. 7-8-3-4. Tiz Purple. Roz just kept digging. Tyler Gaffleone, and incredible first half of the meet for him this summer as well.
Yeah, we talk a lot about the 2 big guns of Flavien Prat and Rod Ortiz, but Tyler is having a big meet himself. Another win here.
Tyler Gaffleone and a date with Carl Spackler and the 4-star Dave on Saturday. Tiz Purple by Belmont Stakes winner, Travers winner, Tiz the Law. She graduates in her second career start. When we return, the big guns in Saturday's 4-star Dave, Autumn and Fleet, Carl Spackler with a spot to the Breeders' Cup on the line.
Tonalist, a 4-time Grade 1 winner with 11 triple-digit buyers, including the Belmont Stakes and the Cigar Mile. He's already living up to his potential as a sire, with multiple graded stakes winners, including Grade 1 winner Country Grammar and Grade 2 winner Tonalist Shape, plus multiple 6-figure yearling and 2-year-old sales. Proven on the track, proven in the sales ring. Tonalist, standing at Lane's End.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Nominate your horse today to join racing's elite on Travers Week at Saratoga, August 21st through 24th. The championship road runs through 9 stakes, topped by the DraftKings Travers. Go to NYRA.com/horseman to nominate by August 10th.
Welcome back, Saratoga Live. Follow along to get all the stats on the horses, trainers, jockeys in today's races with free Equibase past performances. Visit NYRA.com/TV schedule to download your free past performances on all the races on today's show. Tyler Gaffleon going to work. Tiz Purple responds. Diggs breaks through in her second career start. The filly by Tiz the Law for trainer Jorge Delgado takes down the Spendthrift 3-year-old race of the day. You'll hear from winning pilot Tyler Gaffleon. Lots to celebrate this summer. Riding well, winning races. That Grade 1 Vanderbilt a couple of weeks back. Tiz Purple, $13 over the odds-on favorite. And Mez California, 7-8-3 in the second at Saratoga. To Maggie standing by with Gaffleon.
Despite the name, the gray filly Tiz Purple getting the job done. And Tyler, I know you didn't ride her in her debut, but from all observations, she seems so professional at second asking. What kind of feeling did she give you? You know, I feel like you can glean a lot from these young fillies about how they're going to run before they go in the gate.
You know, as soon as I saw her out in the paddock, she was very professional, taking everything in, not making a bad step. It really didn't act like a 2-year-old even out on the track. She's very professional. But Georgie and the team brought her over here ready. She had a great race first time out. Learned a lot having an inside trip that day, but definitely applied that today and really took a nice step forward here.
She did. Now, Tyler, can you tell as a rider, oftentimes when we have rain and we have a wet track, and then when it dries out, the inside gets a little bit more, becomes the more favorable place to be. Can you tell that when you're on the top of a horse?
For the most part, yeah, you have a good idea, especially when pre-race we're able to get out there and kind of find the best footing. It seems like the way the tracks are built, it seems like most of it runs down towards the inside, so if they keep that packed, it's a little bit tighter in there, so just try and find the right spots.
So you're going to try to find the inside every race today?
It's looking good so far, so we'll see how the rest of the day goes.
Well, here's to finding the inside, Tyler. Congrats here, though.
Thank you so much.
All right, Tyler Gaffleon riding so well, so smart here at Saratoga. Guys.
Tyler Gaffleon, well, he's in the right spot in race number 3. We'll break from the rail with Own the Field. Starter allowance conditions, 7/8 of a mile. Fighting back is out, and Dillinger Rider Special each 5-2. 20 minutes to post. Race 3 Saratoga just getting started. Week 5, day 20 of 40. And a look ahead to the Saturday main event. The 4-star Dave, Ottoman Fleet, Big Blue, Godolphin, Charlie Appleby, and get ready for all the Caddyshack references you can handle. Carl Spackler, Cinderella story, you know the rest.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus buyer speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at nairabets.com.
Charlatan is back, and he turns it on with 1/8 of a mile to go. Express Train moves into second. Nashville dropping out of it, and then Collusion Illusion. What a spectacular return for Charlatan, who will romp in the run-happy Malibu Stakes by 4.5 emphatic lengths. Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
Serving others is our foundation. That's why Naira is building a pathway for businesses, individuals, and organizations to support charitable groups connected to horse racing in New York State and beyond. The Naira Foundation, supporting our community.
Live look at Saratoga Racecourse. Gorgeous afternoon in upstate New York. Saratoga Live. You hear the bell 17 minutes out till the 3rd. So we have a moment to look ahead to these Saturday features. Several stakes races on Saturday. The main event, the Grade 1, FanDuel 4-Star Dave, and a Breeders' Cup Challenge event for the Breeders' Cup Mile. Strong lineup, even if the Breeders' Cup Mile winner defects as expected. Master of the Seas is out. However, Raj Godolphin also well represented with Ottoman Fleet. And then Carl Spackler, the 5-year-old. Carl Spackler here in the Kelso opening weekend. Andy, in a determined effort in the stretch to finally put away the leader in deep stretch.
It was an interesting race because Carl, I think Tyler wanted to sit fourth, assuming that the speed would go and the second horse, Talk of the Nation, would sit outside that one. Well, when Irad smartly was aggressive and cleared that one, Tyler had to adjust a quarter mile in the race and then go after Talk of the Nation. Now, Talk of the Nation opted to ship hundreds of miles out of town despite being stabled and running the Arlington Million instead of taking on a horse that beat him by a head last time. And Carl Spackler's not going to deal with him. And I thought his win was a lot better, Rajiv, than it looks.
Yeah, because I really believe that Carl Spackler is better when there's pace developed in front of him and he can just cover up and tip out and make one sharp run. And he was still able to overcome a slow to mild pace in the last race and still be effective finishing. I feel like he'll get a little bit more pace to run at in this race because the Strong Quality has a bit of speed from the inside,
but he's
to
the only
keep it
one.
honest. And I mean, Ottoman Fleet should be fourthly placed.
I think Carl Spackler's going to. I think Tyler's going to have to adjust in the same way he did last time, and he's going to have to go after Strong Quality. Else the pace will be monstrously slow. I think Tyler needs to put himself in position right outside that horse.
Ottoman Fleet, the English 5-year-old, solid in the States, 3 graded stakes wins in 5 starts. Raj, how does he stack up with these?
This horse, he just runs big races every time, right? He's run 4 of his 5 races in North America have been triple-digit buyer speed figures. He got a very easy lead this day and was able to control the pace, and he's not going to get that easy lead with Strong Quality in here. I really feel like he's a horse that definitely holds a strong hand in this race, but Carl Spackler, I think, is the horse to beat.
And you had made a comment about More Than Looks, about how last week the horses in the 4-Star Dave, they're fortunate that he's running in the lure so they don't have to tackle him. Now they have to deal with him. A very deep, loaded edition of the Grade 1 4-Star Dave coming your way this Saturday. Breeders' Cup Challenge event, win and you're in. for the FanDuel Mile. When we come back, much more on this third race, about 14 minutes out. Start of the early Pick 4. Riders up in a post parade on a picture-perfect Wednesday at the Spa. Stay tuned.
Down to the wire, Verstappen.
Here's the finish, ancient roll.
War Bomber's won the King Edward.
SEAL Team has won the Twilight Derby.
Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No trip to Saratoga Springs is complete without a visit to Sacred Spa and Wellness, a state-of-the-art med spa just minutes from downtown. Whether you're looking for luxury body treatments, infrared sauna, massage, yoga and Pilates classes, or more advanced health and wellness treatments like chiropractic, hydrofacials, body sculpting, laser genesis, laser hair removal, and microneedling, Sacred Spa and Wellness is the destination for relaxation and rejuvenation. For a full list of services and to book your visit, go to sacredspaandwellness.com today.
They're off in the Della Rose. Be My Sunshine by herself in third, and Poca Mucha brings up the rear. As they turn for home, Poca Mucha cuts the corner and is coming with a smart rally now, and Poca Mucha runs right by Hot Fudge, who has come up empty. Poca Mucha by double digits. Back to McCulloch, who is 3 in front of Atomic Blonde. Now there goes McCulloch. She'll have to cover real estate, but she's starting to roll. McCulloch takes up the chase with big strides, and McCulloch will defend her title, pulling clear with authority. And Cinderella's Dream is 5 lengths off Makanga. Cinderella's Dream yet to do her best running. And here she comes. Cinderella's Dream has to get to Kathy and Marissa. Cinderella's Dream alongside, just being nudged along. Cinderella's Dream, a stroll in the park. Then it's Neat and Please Advise, racing side by side. Neat with good strides into second. Neat is surging right on the money. Here is the line. Neat gets up to win. And Ways and Means breaks beautifully in. Will go right to the front. Ways and Means and Emery, stride for stride. Ways and Means puts her neck in front, and Ways and Means is now a Grade 1 winner. And it's a quick start for both Swiftsure and Film Star. Those two speed clear by 3 over Johnny's Fireball. Film Star starting to turn up the pressure now, though, and there he goes. Film Star has taken the lead as they come through mid-stretch. Film Star spurts clear by 4. Film Star was a winner every step of the way. Just coaxed along Arthur's Ride asserts himself. Opens up almost 2 lengths on Skippy Longstocking. Top of the stretch for Arthur's Ride, chased intently by Skippy Longstocking, and Arthur's Ride still has a commanding lead. What a tremendous debut in stakes competition. The Grade 1 Whitney to Arthur's Ride.
As Bill, this is your first victory in the Grade 1 Whitney. You told me some things are worth waiting for.
Yeah, and this one was really worth waiting for. He's a nice horse, great race. I mean, probably one of the most important races in Saratoga, and I've been longing to win this one.
Doesn't have to wait any longer. Bill Mott, Whitney winner. What a week at Saratoga. Saratoga Weekly Wrap is brought to you by Walmack Farm. A salute and congratulations to the winning owners. Those colors seen in the winner's circle this weekend. And that wasn't it. There's the full rundown, the stakes winners. But late Sunday afternoon, 2-year-old fillies took center stage, and the Queen's MG, not 44-1 this time, Andy, in the Adirondack, and proving that upset win opening day was no fluke.
No, she absolutely smothered the field in this race. I think she got the same buyer speed figure that she got in her prior win, and she was just way too good for these, Rajiv.
I mean, this is what we expected from her because she ran so good. Even though she upset the field in that race, she did all the dirty work, and this time she showed that, like you said, it was not it wasn't a fluke. She's the real deal.
Well, it is worth noting that there was a 2-year-old filly first-time star in the first race named Quiet Side, who came out first-time star for Shortleaf Stable for John and Anthony.
John Ortiz.
And that horse, from a buyer speed figure standpoint, which isn't the only thing, but it does matter, that horse got an 80, and the Queen's MG got a 73. So maybe there are going to be some maidens that make a difference in the spinaway coming up, or maiden winners, I should say.
Last filly to sweep the Schuylerville, Adirondack, and the Grade 1 Spinaway have to go all the way back to 1987 for trainer D. Wayne Lucas. We'll follow that up. First, though, highlights. Before we go any further, a time to reflect. What have been some of the biggest storylines to you in the first half of the meet?
I don't think there's been a bigger storyline than Torpedo Anna, because not only is she incredibly talented, but you know, she kept her streak alive, obviously, 4 for 4 this year, a somewhat unorthodox style of winning, jumping up the start and spotting the field a couple lengths. But not just because she's so talented, she had the big win, because of the discussion about whether or not she was going to run the Alabama or run against the boys in the Travers. And I think the 3-year-old boys are a very interesting group without her. You know, it's a wide open division, which Dornick does leave right now with Fierceness running well in the last race, etc. But her joining the Travers, it makes it really the biggest story, the whole combination of that.
Rajiv, for you, biggest storyline first half of the Saratoga season?
Oh, it has to be the jockey race. Irad Ortiz, who many people expected to be a runaway winner, at least by halfway point. Last year, he was so far ahead. This time, he has Flavian Pratt breathing down his neck. And not only that, man, these guys are battling it out day in and day out, finishing first and second, a lot of close races, and Flavian also winning a lot of stake races. So this jockey race has been very interesting, to say the least.
Fun to follow the next month here at Saratoga. Maggie, for you, a storyline, one performance in particular. What stands out in the first half of the meet?
Well, as I always say, when we head into the Saratoga meet, Lafitte, the 2-year-olds are always my most exciting part of day-to-day racing. And an exciting 2-year-old we saw last week on Whitney Day was Ferocious, a son of Flatter out of the mare Napier. They paid $1.3 million for him at the 2 OBS sale, but he made them look good for that purchase price, I should say, bred by my good friend Bob Chasanoff at Gentry Farm. And Javier had to break from the inside, and he didn't get away that quickly. He had to be hard-ridden to get into contention to stalk the pace of El Prestigio. But once he tipped out in the clear in the stretch, it was all over in the blink of an eye. This guy has some stride to him and hints that he wants so much more ground than what he got going this 6 furlongs first time out. We saw Gustavo Delgado win a Kentucky Derby a few years ago. He might have the most potent prospect as of now for that race, and Ferocious earning a 96 buyer for this debut, guys.
That sounds fast. Is it fast?
Goes fast.
Pretty
Ways
fast.
and Means got a 98 buyer on the same card. He's the real deal. We'll see him again in the hopeful probably.
He's also visually impressive too. The stride, the way he reaches out. I mean, it just looks like the real deal.
Saratoga just lit up with that performance. Ferocious on Saturday. Post-parade race 3, there's Own the Field, and Tyler Gaffley looking for a second win.
Few have been hotter than the Flying P stable with 6 wins early in the meet. This is obviously a player breaking from the rail.
Master of Arms number 2, Tactical by Claiborne Stallion, Mastery.
This horse has a lot of speed, but the last couple of races, he's been breaking slowly. Be trying to get a better break and maybe go wire to wire here.
Dillinger, blowout win, day 2 of the meet.
Yeah, Dillinger beat an inferior field last time and got a good figure doing it, but this is a much tougher bunch.
Rider Special, co-owned and trained by Linda Rice.
Has enough tactical speed to just be stalking right off the pace here.
Parkway, claimed from Bill Mott by David Jacobson.
Got a win last time in an inferior off-the-turf race, would have to improve, but is a big price.
Principe Doro at 11-1. Let's hope for better luck this afternoon.
This is my top pick. He didn't have a good trip at all last time, breaking from the 1 hole out of the Wilson chute. I think he's more favorably drawn today.
There he is, your usual table, Mr. Papa Giorgio. Claimed from Carlos Martin by Rick Dutrow.
First off the claim for Rick Dutrow. This one won by a nose last time, facing winners for the first time.
That's the field. Starter allowance at 7/8 of a mile. Rider Special at 9-5. There's Principe Doro, Flavian Pratt revving his engines. His latest opening week. Principe Doro on the 18th actually, and right from the start, Andy, out of that Wilson chute, a mess.
Well, as you see the 4 horses coming over, he just sort of forces the 2, 3, and 4, the 5 horse, sorry, the 4 post, and it just put Junior Alvarado in a spot where he was basically run off the racetrack and eliminated any chance this horse had in the race. I liked her last time. I have to come back to him.
Yeah, and one of the things that wasn't shown in that video was that he was being ranked. After that, he was running up on heels and had to be steadied quite a few times. It really took away from his run. I love the cutback in distance for him as well, because now he can make a long run down the back stretch, hopefully get into his gear without having any trouble.
Can't be a lot of fun for a rider, like staring at the rail right in front of you. Hopefully a cleaner trip today for Principe Doro. And you're you're firing this afternoon.
I got
bankroll
action
play
today.
after bankroll play.
Now, I want to say, if I think the track is really insidey, it's going to mitigate my enthusiasm for some of these plays, because it's unlikely, if it's a big, strong inside bias, this horse is going to win. Now, maybe he'll be able to get the right trip and get it done. As Rajiv will note later in the show, you don't need a speed horse to take advantage of a gold rail. But I like Principe Doro last time, and I have to bet at a bigger price today. The time 2 back, I thought this horse was very wide on a day where horses that were inside were very much helped by the racetrack. So I think his record is not as bad as it looks. So I need to give him one more chance, and he's got the right guy in his back in Flavian Pratt.
And the price. These types of horses with that kind of trouble often get overbet. He's cold.
He is. Maybe that's a bad sign. The 4 Rider Special at 8-5 to me, he can certainly win, and I respect some people that like this horse today, but geez, I don't see this horse as an 8-5 shot. And the interesting thing to me is they're almost, I know she's 5-2, but a lot of the Flying P horses, the ones that have won, they've seemed to have been half the price they should have been, some of them. This one might be twice the price.
Rider Special 8-5, then Dillinger, number 3 at 5-1. Number 2, Master of Arms for trainer John Ortiz and Ricardo Santana. What are you expecting from him here, Andy?
I feel like you should expect all these John Ortiz horses to do well, Rajiv. It seems like his horses have been very live at the meet. He's brought the proverbial right horses. Hasn't started many, but they've run.
And the key for this horse is getting out of the gate well, because his last 2 races, somehow he breaks last. Prior to that, he was showing a lot of early speed, which in this kind of race, if he breaks well, he can be the controlling speed from the rail. And like Andy mentioned before, if there's a benefit to being on the rail today, he would be the horse to best take advantage of that.
He could be the controlling speed, this horse. And I agree, Roger. We're going to have to use him in the exacta with our horse.
Now, we'll touch on the rail and what to watch for in this 3rd race, but first we send things over to Maggie.
Yeah, let's talk about the horse who's actually not favored right now, but I really like what I'm seeing from Own the Field. He was the horse that when they walked into the paddock really caught my eye, just exuding the fact that he's doing well despite having a heavy workload up here at the spa, this being his second race of this meeting, and just really healthy, really good energy overall too. So I don't mind the fact that he cuts back a furlong here. Last time he kind of had to wait for room and the winner got the jump. He did flatten out a little bit the last 8, so therefore that says to me that this a little less ground's better. He's kind of built that way too for this 7-8. It's a little bit more compact and built downhill. You guys talking about number 2, Master of Arms, as Rajiv said, sometimes getting out of the gate is this guy's Achilles heel, but Ricardo Santana knows him very well, and we saw Ricardo give him a very big warm-up. Now, assumably, even though I've never seen him because he's never run on the Irish circuit before, he's done this before, and it still leads to a tardy beginning. But I gotta say, he doesn't look like a horse or act like a horse that should get away from there slowly. You know, a lot of times, horses that are really big or horses that lack a hind end, they have trouble leaving the gate. This horse has none of those things. He's strong behind, and he got a big warm-up, and he's smaller and compact. So let's hope he can break today, because I think if he does, he has a say. And then a horse that caught my eye at double digits, number 6, Principe d'Oro. He does seem to run better when he can be close, and that's the job of the master, Flavien Prat, to get him close, because this guy getting a little less ground to work with today, he needs to be in the mix for his best. Guys?
10-1. Principe d'Oro, Flavien Prat. Final thoughts as they move into line here, Raj?
The gate is going to be a big factor for many of these horses leaving there. For Master of Arms, the number 2, he needs to get off fast from the gate. For the number 6, Principe d'Oro, same thing for him. So, you know, these jockeys are going to be really keen in on trying to make sure they get their mounts running right from the onset.
Rider Special, number 4, the favorite, 9-5. Start of the early pick 4. We hand things over to Frank Mirmati with the call. Post time, race 3 from Saratoga, live on Fox Sports 2.
Mr. Papa Giorgio to the outside. Going in. They're in the gate. A little bit of movement from Rider Special. And they're off. Very even start. Rider Special is out alertly. So is Dillinger. And here's Master of Arms flying through along the inside. And Master of Arms now takes the lead from Dillinger. Rider Special 3rd, Own the Field in the pink silks at the rail, a close-up 4th. Now taking that 3rd spot, 2 lengths off the lead. Mr. Papa Giorgio is next, followed by Parkway, and Principe d'Oro is at the back of the field. Down the back stretch, and it is Master of Arms through a quarter that went in just under 23 seconds flat. Master of Arms a length and a half to Dillinger in 2nd. At the rail, Own the Field still racing in 3rd, 2.5 lengths off the pace. They're followed by Principe d'Oro, who's racing in the 4th spot. He's followed by Rider Special, losing ground in 5th. Through a half that went in 45 and 4/5 seconds. Parkway 2nd to last. Mr. Papa Giorgio at the back of the field. It's Master of Arms and Dillinger doing battle at the top of the stretch. Master of Arms on the inside. Dillinger alongside, then Own the Field, who has swung out to the 3 patches, 2 lengths off Dillinger, and coming after him now, Dillinger takes the lead. On the outside, Own the Field is right up to him, and Own the Field puts his head in front with a 1/16 of a mile to go. Dillinger trying hard, but it is Own the Field. Own the Field, another for Tyler Gaffleon, scores by a length over Dillinger. Parkway rallied up the fence in 3rd. Photo for 4th, Mr. Papa Giorgio and Master of Arms.
Well off the rail, Own the Field, Tyler Gaffleon, 2 races, 2 victories. Own the Field by a Derby winner and Always Dreaming, strikes at 5-2.
And Mike Maker entered the week 2nd in the trainers' standings with 12 wins, gets his 13th, putting him 5 behind Chad Brown. And Flying P Stables ties Claremont Stables with 7 wins. They got DQ'd last week, but their horses are just running.
What a way to start week 5 for Tyler Gaffleon. 2 wins from 2 races. and he just sat a perfect trip from the inside, right behind the battle duo of the number 2 Master of Arms and the number 3 Dillinger. And this is the perfect trip that you want as a jockey. Sitting inside when on turns, and then getting to the outside in the clear and the straightaways.
So long shot rallied up the rail, Parkway, but it sure didn't look like an inside track in here. And I think we can divorce ourselves from Principe de Oro. I think we can move on from him.
I am done with him.
Yeah, me too.
Done. He'll win next time at 40-1.
No, he won't.
Off the board, a non-factor on this afternoon.
If he wins next time, he'll be the favorite.
Jay Provenzano's Flying Peace Stable, that hot pink. We've seen a lot of it in the winner's circle. Tyler Gaffleone, the beat goes on. There's Jay. Incredible first half of the meet, as you mentioned.
You can usually see Jay because he's underdressed. He's very understated, you know, the very sort of the old suits, you know. He really is a low-key guy.
Likes to blend in.
He really does.
Jay Provenzano.
Jay's a lot of fun. I'm a Jay fan. He brought his pizza during the pandemic. Every day during the pandemic, Jay brought pizzas to the track. He's a good man.
Wears his heart on his sleeve, emotional guy, and loves nothing more than winning at Saratoga, and he's been doing a lot of it. Own the field. Owns this third race, 1-3-5-2. Results, reaction as our coverage continues. You're watching Saratoga Live, where it's all about Tyler Gaffleone thus far. Big hug, Jay Provenzano, Mike Maker. Own the field in the third. We'll be right back.
He always showed up. From June at 2 and through 2 championship seasons, week after week after week of consecutive works. That's toughness. He always showed off. You know all about those 4 G1s. Here's his maiden on the Derby undercard. That's brilliance. Now his yearlings are at the sales. That's opportunity. Essential quality. Showtime.
Complexion. Phoebe in Wonderland.
Galabrand asserts herself.
Poppy Flowers putting in a late burst hit.
Poppy Flower with the momentum.
History remembers moments of extraordinary strength, skill, and determination. True greatness is forged by those who fulfill their destiny.
More information, the better, right? At least usually. Track stats. Get the inside track on handicapping with Naira Betts. Track stats. Want to know how many winners are closing from the back at Saratoga? Track stats have the answer. For more stats on the track across the country, visit nairabets.com.
That is
not a live
today's
look.
track.
Not
that
a live
not today's
look, but
track.
a cool shot.
We are fast.
And for Tyler Gaffleone, Rajiv, he loves that shot. Any shot of him crossing the wire in front of Saratoga. Second win in the afternoon, own the field in the third.
Yeah, and the train keeps rolling for him. We talked about how well he's gotten off to a start this meet. And coming into week 5, the second half of the meet, he starts it out with a bang. 2 wins back to back.
Own the field. Beat goes on. Trainer Mike Maker. Tyler Gaffleone. This is always fun. Jay Provenzano standing by live with Maggie in the winner's circle.
Yeah, Jay calling me out for my ADD. He's trying to do it again with the diamonds. You know me and sparkly thing.
That was too funny, that interview.
I thought we were going to have one for my wife's birthday the other day, and it was a little heartbreaking, but redemption. I got my daughter actually in town right now, so she got to experience a win here. Phone's blowing up. LFG, baby. LFG in Saratoga.
That's the hashtag of the meet, right?
That is. We're going.
Talk a little bit. When you began this meet, was leading owner on the cards, on the table?
So I try to do everything in my life with a plan. You know, no plan, you're doomed. Me and Mike, we hooked up in Oak Lawn, and then when we got over to Kentucky, there was just a lot of claim in there. So parked a bunch of money in there. We got the rules down where we had to spin a horse back before the end of the meet, and then you're out of jail. So I mean, we probably claimed 15 horses in about a month and a half. So I loaded up with a purpose because you need conditions. You know, if you don't have the conditions, you know, you're just not racing. So we had a plan. When we started looking at some of the horses running back over there, they were running back really good, and we were pretty excited. You know, we marked up the first book. We had a bunch of spots. And we talked about it, you know, and I even was speaking to Levine, because Levine won a couple races for me. And I told him, I said, this could be an epic meet, you know? And now we're tied. I leave here today on top, still tied. And, you know, we'll have a couple runners this week. And I'm going to punish the third book.
I like that. Now, Andy was making fun of me earlier for using a bat stretch word, and he's also making fun of you for your jacket. Can you enlighten him on Gucci?
I don't know how Andy would look in Gucci, but that's what it is, baby.
See, Andy?
Love Jay. I would never make fun of Jay, and I are pals.
You have lots of Gucci.
I get a bad rap. I was praising Jay. I wouldn't wear that jacket, but he probably wouldn't wear what I wear. So there we go.
We love the sport for so many different reasons. One of the more entertaining aspects is watching people win who obviously you love to win, but somebody who loves it that much, embracing every trip to the Winner's Circle, whether it's a graded stakes event or a cheap claiming race.
We just, if he has another interview like that after a win, though, he's going to have to pay as a sponsor.
You were trying to get him to cue the music to play him off stage. That you are guilty of.
I'm not the only one who's doing it on the set, Rajiv.
He may not have been making fun of his attire, but he was making fun of him. Turn the page, race 4. Off the turf on the main track. Out of the Wilson chute. Andy, how'd you see this one unfolding?
Well, I'm still a little bit wondering about the track. I'm not ready to say it's absolutely a fair track, but I'm taking a horse from a far outside post. And there's a heavy favorite here in Classic Legacy, who I find very hard to take, with 12 wins, 1 second, and 5 seconds and 3/3, the one win. This horse does not look like a winning type to me. And I like the 12 Seeking Unity, who I think has been running against tougher spots, running in 1 1/8 races, didn't have the best of trips in some of those races. And I think is an interesting alternative, and I'm going for Tyler Gaffalione to sweep the first 3 races.
That'll work at a price of 8-1. Tyler Gaffalione in a zone early on here at Saratoga. Arthur's Ride, who was in a zone on Saturday, not easily done. Graded stakes debut and taking down a Grade 1 Whitney, one of many Keeneland sales grads who have won last week here at Saratoga. And Rajiv, for Arthur's Ride that Bill Mott was so patient with and cultivating him and bringing him along slowly, and the performance of his career, and now right there in the upper echelon of best older horses in the country.
Bill Mott, he's been, known for taking his time, getting the horse to mature, and then striking. And this is the case with Arthur's Ride. They've had this horse for quite a while, kind of putting things together, but now it's all come together, and we're seeing what he's made of. And he's running really fast.
A Keeneland sales grad, and look at this. Yeah, there's a lot there, because the Keeneland sales grads did that well here. at Saratoga, winning multiple races on Whitney Week, and where Arthur's Ride was purchased from. The stars of Week 4 in Arthur's Ride. Andy, what do you think the narrative will be? What will we be saying at the end of 2024 about Arthur's Ride?
I mean, that's a really interesting question, because I think we're all happy to see that Bill Mott said he's going to run him back in Jockey Club Gold Cup, and Bill Mott's an old school trainer. He runs his horses. And one of the reasons Bill Mott doesn't have a gaudy win percentage is he's not afraid to lose. And it's something I actually really respect about Bill. And so we'll see him again. I'll tell you one thing about Arthur's Ride. Assuming he continues to go on and he runs well in the Gold Cup, he is kryptonite for some of these 3-year-olds as they go to the Breeders' Cup, because he's fast with stamina, and a lot of the good 3-year-olds have early speed.
He was purchased at, he's a Keeneland sales grad, Raj. Same can be said for Cogburn, who we get a chance to see this Saturday, the sprinter who shattered the North American record for 5.5 furlongs on grass in his last start, Belmont Stakes Day.
He's an absolute rocket ship. I mean, the pace and the performances that he's been putting up this year is just, I've never seen anything like that in my life from a turf sprinter. He's just the fastest horse that I could ever remember seeing.
Lots to be proud of at Keeneland, where some of these stars have been purchased, more than looks included in the Grade 1 4-star Dave, Andy.
Yeah, I'm a huge More Than Looks fan. Now, obviously, making his first start of the year, because the lure was taken off the turf, they've put him now into the 4-star Dave. And I think if somebody guaranteed me that More Than Looks would run as well as he was running last year, I'd make a gigantic bet on him, because I think he was good enough to beat these horses on his last year's form. I absolutely love this horse, but it's a big ask.
So his best is better than their best, but are we going to see his best given the time?
Yeah, I mean, that's the question in horse racing, right? It's always, okay, I think my horse in his best day can beat this field, but is today going to be his best day or her best day?
4-star Dave on Saturday, the main attraction for Week 5 here at Saratoga. Tyler Gaffleone in a groove here early on. Dylan Davis, it's been an incredible first half of the meet. And subject of Rajiv's Ride of the Week, Dylan. What a first half in a zone, lots to choose from. Which victory was it? Stay tuned.
The son of Run Happy, Natala Fella, has won the Hopeful.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Who's still a nose in front. Carew is lifting late as well. Better lucky than good at the rail. Better lucky than good. Carew, better lucky than good, wins the finale.
Welcome to Adelphi Racing Club's unparalleled partnership experience. Exclusive access to the backstretch at Belmont and Saratoga, premier accommodations on race day, and of course, experience excitement like no other. Contact us today and come hang with us this Saratoga meet.
Fireworks across the street Monday and Tuesday night. Fasig-Tipton Saratoga sale, akin to the NFL draft where the stars of tomorrow are acquired, and that colt by not this time. $3.4 million, Andy, for owner Amr Zidane.
And heading to Bob Baffert, and imagine probably be out in California. That's a big, healthy price on that horse, huh, Raj?
A healthy-looking horse, big and strong. I was there to see that. He looked the part. You can tell that they had a lot of eyes on him, and it's good to see horses.
You would have gone
selling.
over $3 million for him if you had $3 million.
I was
if
looking
Angie
for you
wasn't
to
holding all
partner
your
with
money.
me. Yeah.
Healthy appetite for really good horse flesh is what we learned once again over the last couple of days.
And that's not even all the $1 million horses.
No.
I mean, there were others too. Yeah, there was some big money being spent the last couple of nights.
The RNAs were down as well. Just a terrific sale altogether, Raj. But you've been focusing on, and this isn't easily done, trying to come up with the ride of the week. You have 50 or so to choose from, right? I told you I was good at math. Who gets the honors this week for ride of the week?
There were some great rides last week, but Dylan Davis' ride aboard Jackson Heights on August 1st, it was just so spectacular. When I look for the ride of the week, the things that I pick, I'm looking for the jockey that optimizes every situation and then barely wins. Narrow margin. What's going on here?
He had to correct me. 48 races.
He
48
forgot
races.
we canceled 2 races.
48 races last week. The ride of
Roll
the
it,
week.
please.
Highlight of the day for me.
Raj.
Dylan, I selected your ride aboard Jackson Heights on August the 1st, race number 8, as the ride of the week. What was your plan going into that race?
Well, you know, his previous ride that I had, I was very aggressive with him, and I thought it took away from his kick down the lane, so I opted for a passive ride out of the gate, let him settle into his stride, and then work him later into the race and give him a nice, strong half-mile finish.
Now you're in the gate, and this is the Wilson chute. What are you looking for? Because it's a short run into this chute.
I think it's really important if you have a speed horse, if you're towards the rail, that you really need to make sure you have a good break. But today with this race, I really didn't have any pressure. I just let him fall out of there the way he wanted to, just get his stride that he wanted. And after that, I actually just sat there and got him to relax. And once I crossed the chute, he just little distanced himself, but I actually was not worried because when I won on him before, 3 races back, that he gave me a nice run. So I was actually very confident with him being this far back, which is kind of tough to say, but
it's because you feel like you know the horse better. That's his preferred running style.
Exactly, and that's what I did when I talked to the Zilla team that we opted for this ride today. And the rail was great all earlier on the card, and so that was my plan, was to ride the rail as long as possible.
But now that you're going down the backstretch, it seems like you're far off the pace. You're saying you're confident, you're happy with this.
Yes.
But what are you looking for from here going into the second turn?
So now once I wait for him to switch to his left lead, I think of it as a morning workout. I started working him into it, and not too aggressive, not 0 to 100%, but like 20%, 30%. And as I'm moving, I'm paying attention to the riders and where they're wanting to go. And every time I make moves forward, every rider is moving off the rail. So it made my job a lot easier.
You're taking the gaps that are given to you.
Yes. I didn't want to have to steer him because he's a very big, long stride horse. So I took as long as I could to the rail. If I had to move off of 1 or 2, I would, but I was going to wait for that moment. So
this is the most crucial part of the race in my perspective, because it seemed like you had a tough decision to make, go inside or outside.
Actually, it was a very easy decision because when IRED took me all the way through, and at the 8th pole, he pulled the left hand out and he looking towards the outside competitor. So when I saw that, it was a no-brainer. I took the rail all the way through. I knew he wouldn't see me.
Like a sneak attack.
Yeah, it was a sneak attack.
But how quiet do you have to be? Because you don't want him to know that you're coming up there, right?
I didn't say nothing. I just kept quiet, nice rhythm with my horse. Didn't get in his way at all. And just let him keep that stride going. I knew it was going to be very close. I didn't know if I was going to be able to get there, but because I was able to keep that straight course, it was all the best here.
And when you win by a nose like that, it has to be rewarding to, all those different things that you're talking about, put that all together, and then win a race. Well, awesome ride. Glad everything came together for you guys, and you got the ride of the week, my man.
Doesn't happen often. Arad Ortiz, pocket picked by Dylan Davis, Rajiv's ride of the week. Horses in the paddock for the 4th. Over to Maggie standing by.
Yeah, Lippy, we'll check in with one of the horses taking a lot of attention as of now, and that's number 10, Classic Legacy for trainer Bill Mott, and possibly owning the best credentials on this surface, on the main track for this off-the-turf event. And last time, I think he was just second best behind Illuminaire, who got to the lead that day and was able to defeat Abaddon, who we'll also talk about in a moment. But Classic Legacy, he's going to go back out to this mile type of configuration. I'm not sold that this is his best trip, at least just looking at him physically. He is a horse that is more stout and compact, more of that typical sprinter frame. Now, I haven't seen him in quite a long time up close and personal, and he's done incredibly well, you know, now as a 4-year-old later on in the season. He's filled out, he's so strong. He looks exceptional here from that individual standpoint, but again, I don't know if this is necessarily his right trip, but at least he gets some class relief to do so. Moving on to a horse I am intrigued by, and that's the horse he defeated, Abaddon, for Mike Maker, looking for his second winner on the card. I like a little bit more ground with this guy. He just kind of plugged along for third that day. As I said, those top two dominating around the racetrack, but a horse that looks incredibly healthy here. I like that fact he's getting on his toes and framing himself up as Luis Saez has climbed aboard here. But again, the mile does him more favors than I believe it does Classic Legacy, guys.
Distance key. Whitney winning connections. Classic Legacy. Reloaded. Reaching into the bankroll.
Well, I still have a comfortable lead.
All right.
I could blow it at any time, but I had some ideas today, and I like the number 12 horse in this race, Seeking Unity. I don't love the outside speed in here, even of 6, and I'm still a little worried about the track. But having said that, you've got a horse who was involved in a pace that fell apart against much better horses going 9 furlongs last time. The time before that, I thought he ran a credible race behind Unmatched Wisdom, who was a player in the Travers in a couple of weeks. Time before that, I thought he ran against better horses as well, staying the pace. And I just think he's finding himself in a softer off-the-turf spot. And I love the fact that the favorite in the race, Classic Legacy, while talented, is kind of a losing horse. So I like a vulnerable favorite and a horse at a decent price that's a little better, I think, than he looks on paper.
And the rider who winds up in the saddle, that helps. Tyler Gaffleon looking for a third straight. Call to post race 4, Saratoga. And a reminder, you can earn a $10 bonus today by playing with Naira Bets. Bet at least $50 each, Saratoga and Delaware Park today, and earn a $10 bonus. Win or lose, all you have to do is opt in at NairaBets.com. Let's meet the field. Starting with Victor's Valiant, Flavien Prat aboard at 6-1.
One that I think is really impacted by this race coming off the turf, as he does his best running on the grass.
Has one, though, on dirt, Abaddon and Luis Saez.
Yeah, he's trying. He was going to try the turf for the first time, but I think his connection to be happy and stays in the dirt, and he could work out the inside speed trip.
4 through 7 out. Pirate number 8, first of 4, entered main track only, and he'll be there eventually, I promise.
Pirate is the brother to National Treasure. Very popular classic dirt horse in America.
He's been so disappointing. He started out his career looking very promising, that third in the hopeful, and he has just been terrible recently.
Pirate.
Yeah.
No. Much more expected. Here he is. Rod Ortiz takes over.
He needs to run today, Raj, or he's going to end up in claiming races after this, don't you think?
Blinkers on. I think he's the horse that can bounce back and run a better performance than he's been showing recently.
From Another Mother, claim from Ray Handel by Gus Rodriguez.
Been in good form. We'll see if he can continue that good form for Gus, that he's claiming away from Ray, who's having a huge beat.
Classic Legacy, the favorite, 6-5 now.
Always runs good, but settles for a lot of minor awards. 5 seconds and 3/3 from 12 lifetime starts with only just 1 win.
And he's bankroll play. There he is, Seeking Unity and Tyler Gaffleon.
The blinkers go on for this one after finishing 4th at this level, but cuts back at 1/8 of a mile in distance.
That's the field. 4th race coming up in 5 minutes. Time for the Pick 6 on this Wednesday program at Saratoga. Classic Legacy. This team, they wound up in the Whitney winner's circle. Bill Mott, Junior Alvarado teaming up once again. It's not a race as big as the Whitney, but a win at Saratoga is a win at Saratoga. We'll be right back.
Liam's Map, a 2-time Grade 1 winner with 6 consecutive triple-digit buyers, including a 114 to win the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. He's already taking the lead as a sire with Grade 1 winners Basin, Wicked Whisper, Colonel Liam, and Juju's Map, plus multiple six-figure yearling sales and 2-year-old sales up to $1.2 million. Proven on the track, proven in the sales ring. Liam's Map, only at Lane's End.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at nairabets.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back. They've evacuated the paddock and headed front side for the fourth race. You're watching Saratoga Live as always, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. Favorite Classic Legacy. Junior Alvarado aboard. Even money favorite Raj 3 minutes out. And his most recent, this was opening week right here at Saratoga. Setting the pace, turning for home. Aberdeen trying to make a run from off the pace.
And, you know, coming out of this race, the reason why I picked Aberdeen today over Classic Legacy is that Classic Legacy was drawn closer to the inside, and it was sitting right up there with the winner, Illuminaire. And Aberdeen was chasing from the outside. At the end of the race, Illuminaire pulls off. Classic Legacy was fading a bit, and Aberdeen, there wasn't much separating them at the end. So I like the fact that Aberdeen was close.
But couldn't you, the counter argument to that be that Classic Legacy was dueling with the favorite in the race, and he still managed to hold second over a horse that sort of didn't do much right behind him. Now, I think the 3's a little dangerous here because he could be the inside speed. I don't think he's impossible, but I feel like Classic Legacy did a lot more work in the race than Aberdeen did.
No, I understand that counter argument, and I agree with that. The reason is I think that the setup is going to be different today. I expect that Aberdeen being on the inside, Luis Arias is going to send him out there, and he's probably going to control the pace instead of chasing.
Now, I could be wrong, but I believe you actually recently saw the Timeform pace projector for the first time in your life.
It's like breaking a yearling over here, watching this day in and day out. We check in with Maggie.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit about Pirate in here. That'll put those blinkers on, not an eye patch. Just blinkers, a short cup cheater blinker to be exact. Got a really big warm up here as well. Just being asked to keep moving the entire time by Rod Ortiz Jr. Looks great now that I saw him second off the layoff, and he's definitely filled out a little bit more since that May effort back in the Gold Fever. I like the distance for him here on the main track, especially, you know, in a field that does include several fellow MTOs and maybe more. Actually, it doesn't have that many turf horses. I'll talk about the 2 in a second here, but like you see with Irad, keeping him moving constantly. Victor's valiant. Maybe he's just gotten good with the switch to the turf for Jorge Abreu, but I do think that he's done an excellent job with this horse. He has filled out so much. He's so much stronger, just overall a better animal now as a 5-year-old. He's another one that got a very big warm-up too by Flavien Prat. Like I said, he probably doesn't want this surface. He probably doesn't want to go quite this far on this surface. It's much easier for him to carry his speed on the turf. But again, a horse that I admire the work that Jorge's done with them. And then let's talk about number 12 in here. That's Andy's selection, Seeking Unity. He'll also add a shortcut cheater blinker, a horse that I think actually prefers being outside. So a good draw for him as he just looks uncomfortable. And watching his races where he's been mired down on the rail, he just looks like he would rather be outside. So putting those blinkers on, getting outside might do wonders for him. He's not necessarily a horse that strikes you as shorter is better, though. That'd be my only complaint with him today. Lafitte?
Seeking Unity at 6-1, Andy?
I like Seeking Unity. I worry the track is not that fair, but I can building in my excuse. I'll tell you, Raj and I were just talking off camera as Maggie was talking about the two Victor's Valiant. Now, if you like this horse, that's fine. This horse is the same price as From Another Mother, who's coming off a dirt win with an 84. The last speed figure the two got in the dirt was a 38. I mean, I'm not saying I particularly love the 9, but how is this horse only 9-1, the two? Either somebody knows something or he's the underlay of the century.
Aren't these the examples you're constantly looking for in races like this, though? Because his recent form is very good. He's sharp on grass.
Yep. Yes, this is an example of a horse that, at least on paper, based on his dirt form, should be 4 to 5 times the price he is.
Has one on dirt. Most of his damage, his best races, on grass. We'll see how it all unfolds. Moving into line, time for the pick 6. Frank Mirmati with the call. 4th race live from the Spa.
Classic Legacy coming up. Seeking Unity will be the last one to load. Going in. Seeking Unity goes up. They're in the gate. And they're off. Not a good beginning at all for Seeking Unity, who's the distant trailer. From Another Mother and Victor's Valiant will duel through the opening quarter mile. Aberdeen comes away in 3rd. Seeking Unity has rushed right into contention now, some 4 lengths off the lead. They're followed by Classic Legacy, who's 5th through the opening quarter mile. Has 6 lengths to make up, and it's another 2 lengths behind him to Pirate. The opening quarter went in 24 and 2/5 seconds. And it is Victor's Valiant, the boss, From Another Mother in 2nd. Aberdeen a joint 3rd, racing on the inside of Seeking Unity. They're heading toward the half-mile pole, separated by 4 lengths. 2 lengths back to Classic Legacy and Pirate. They're coming toward the half-mile pole. And Victor's Valiant went that half in 47 and 3/5 seconds. From Another Mother turning up the pressure in 2nd. Seeking Unity in the orange colors is racing 3rd, midway on the far turn. Then it's another length and a half back to Classic Legacy, who races 4th along the inside. Pirate has surfaced from well out of it. He was last, but he's swinging up 6 wide. Aberdeen drops to the trailer. From Another Mother turns for home. Classic Legacy alongside. Classic Legacy to the front. Pirate 3 back in 3rd. They're in the final furlong. Classic Legacy and Junior Alvarado clear by 4 lengths. From Another Mother and Pirate. It will be Classic Legacy, much too good. Classic Legacy reports home 3.5 in front. From Another Mother 2nd, Pirate 3rd, Seeking Unity finished.
Too much. Classic Legacy at 3-5. Favorite delivers to kick off the pick 6 in this 4th race at Saratoga.
I thought 3-5 was a massive underlay and couldn't have been more wrong. A nice ride from Junior Alvarado, seeing the 2 paths behind horses and splitting horses, but Raj, he was much the best.
Yeah, Classic Legacy always had a good trip. You know, it was one of the horses that just got into a good rhythm down the back stretch and always positioned like he was going to win. And when he tipped him out here, one of the things that Classic Legacy has had a tendency to do is kind of wait on his rivals, and that's what got him beat. Running like a pack animal, like a herd animal, but this time he really put it all together, and when asked to go in the stretch, he really separated himself from his competition.
Yeah, he had the knockout punch today. Did Classic Legacy. Bruce Lunsford, homebred, widening on this field late.
And it feels, watching this race, like the track is pretty fair. Yeah. I mean, I don't think you could say there's a bias the way this race was run. And Pirate made that huge wide move in the turn, and actually at least he showed a little bit of life today.
Yeah, Pirate, a much improved race. That wide move might have did him in for 2nd. Maybe if he was able to save ground and tip out. It was a sloppy start at the gate for the number 3, Aberdeen. He got bounced around in between horses, and that changed the whole complexion of the race, because we expected him to be on the lead, and he was in the pocket in 3rd. really change the shape and the flow of the race.
I don't think ultimately it really mattered, though I agree with you. And my 12 horse didn't break well either, as Frank Mirmati noted. But I don't think either one of them affected the outcome. This horse was winning under all circumstances.
Spendthrift Farms into mischief. Sire, classic legacy. Geared down late, ears pricked. What else do you want from me, Junior? Ready to keep on going. Classic legacy. And a second career victory. 10, 9, 8, 12. The Whitney winning tandem, Bill Mott, Junior Alvarado in the fourth at Saratoga. Results, reaction when we return. You're watching Saratoga Live.
They're off in the Naira Benz Haskell.
In the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Dornock setting up moderate pace, 3/4 of a length ahead.
Right as the field turns for home. Mind frame on the outside. It's coming after Dornock.
They're at it again. The two Belmont first and second place finishers
will be Dornock to win the Belmont Stakes.
Dornock wins the Haskell.
The spirit of Bushido. Courage. Respect. Integrity and honor. With honesty and sincerity, we hone our spirit to a winning edge. The way of Bushido runs straight and true. The soul of racing.
All by himself, gliding under the wire. Classic legacy, Junior Alvarado. Crop uncocked. Whitney victory last Saturday for Bill Mott. And a win today, classic legacy. Just much too good for these on this afternoon.
Yeah, he was 3 to 5. I thought he was an underlay. Rajiv, he was an overlay.
It's good to see him put it all together today. A horse that's been knocking at the door, finally knocked it open.
To Maggie in the winner's circle with winning pilot Junior Alvarado. Maggie.
That's right, classic legacy. I'm not gonna lie, Junior, when you were fourth, like 5 lengths off of it down the backside, I said, what is he doing? What was your game plan today with the horse, going out a furlong from the 7/8 last time where he was second?
Yeah, we didn't know what to expect. When I talked to Bill, we came back because he has never shown speed, and last time he just broke very sharply in a race where it was a lot of speed, and he just took me all the way pulling, thing he has never done it before, so he said, well, I guess you ride him out of there and you figured it out. So he said, I don't know what to expect, so am I. So, but, he broke. I just let it relax because, we always thought Mile might be a little far for him, so I didn't want to rush. I didn't want to use him early. I just want to make sure whatever happened, at least he finished up the race. And, I mean, today I was full of horse when I turned from home.
Well, it's such a great partnership, you and Hall of Famer Bill Mott. Great working relationship, too, and we'll see you guys teamed up in the Johnstone Mile with Sterling Silver, likely to be heavily favored, dropping out of the honorable miss. Junior, you rode it for the first time last time. What did you glean from that 6-furlong sprint to what you might expect going the mile today?
Yeah, I think that's probably what she wants to do the best. I think last time was a little bit a kind of quick race. She broke good, and I kind of, because it was a track speed that day, so I used her a little more than that she wanted to, and put in a close. So I took a little bit of finish out of that, and she was just steady though. She didn't run bad. We finished probably 3.5 lengths, but I just think the distance to it today, and the company definitely suit her much better.
Well, hopefully you team up for another win. Congratulations here, though, with Classic Legacy.
Thank you, Maggie.
All right, Junior Alvarado. I said, where was his son Adrian going? He said, he's got to get back to work at the Mack truck.
Junior has to go get some more reps and some more curls. Another win for Bill Mott there. What a run they've been on together. And we turn the page. Race 5 in the start of the late pick 5. Andy reloaded for another bankroll play.
I got 2 bankroll plays left today, a couple more $60 bet. I do think the 5 Unsung Melody, who by post time is very likely to be the favorite near, is the horse to beat. I think she's the most talented of the speeds, and she doesn't need to be right on top of the lead. But I think there's a lot of pace in this race, and it sets the possibility that the number 4 in this race, L Street Lady, could get the job done. It's a horse that I thought needed her last race, and while her trainer has tried to get her on the turf, I can't imagine she's that upset these races get rained off, because she is a horse that's run well in stake races on the dirt before, and while she has to get a little bit faster, other than the 5, I don't think there's anybody that's that fast in here. If the pace gets hot and it comes apart a bit, I think L Street Lady at a fair price can get it done, and then I got another bankroll play in the last race.
Yeah, in the last race, race number 9, started the late pick 5, about to get underway. This $40,000 claimer off the turf on the main track. What's the play?
I like the 6 Riverwalk. This is the kind of horse I like in an off-the-turf race. I don't love the fact that the horse will get bet a little because of turf form, so it's not a great situation. Having said that, I wish the turf form was actually a little lousy. This horse's dirt race was the first start against much better horses, and I don't think was that bad relative to some other horses in this race that I thought maybe he could wire the field in here. So I prefer the 6 Riverwalk in the last. I'll bet 60 to win on him. Both lose. I'll be down to 3,700. I'll still have a lead, but I'll be plummeting.
Just keep punching, Apollo. Just keep punching, Apollo.
It's
That's all coming your way.
Carl Weathers is dead, or he'd really hate you.
Probably not the best thing to say on television. Good thing anybody's dead, but you know what he meant. Moving right along. 4-star day on Saturday. There's the field. And now, what's the scenario here with the impending weather? Andy, there's a contingency plan in place.
We have carded both the 4-star Dave and the Saratoga Derby as part of Saturday's card, and we're hoping to be able to run them. It's hard to really know exactly what's going on in the storm and when it's going to happen. Saturday's supposed to be a gorgeous day. The rain may come, but it'll come long before we race on Saturday. So we're going to card them as the 10th and 11th races, I believe, on Sunday's card, the last 2 races of the day. And they won't be part of multi-race bets because there's a possibility they won't be run. We're hoping they're not run. We're hoping we can run them on Saturday. So if we do have to cancel them on Saturday because of the weather, we'll bring them back and run them at the end of the day on Sunday. So a bonus on Sunday if you miss the chance on Saturday. Trying
One
to make
way
the
or
best
the
of a
other.
bad situation.
Absolutely, and hoping that we get a chance to see all these great turf races and some of the stars of the sport, and in a terrific Week 5 just getting started from Saratoga. The late pick 5 coming your way, race 5 in 20 minutes. That'll wrap things up for us. Greg Wolf and the crew standing by in the paddock as our coverage continues from the Spa. Gorgeous day in upstate New York. Late pick 5 next from Saratoga. We'll be right back.
Olympiad leads American Revolution. Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at nairabets.com.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
Fasig-Tipton New York bred yearlings, showcasing New York's finest yearlings. Recent grads include Grade 1 winner Therapist and Graded Stakes winner Mo Plex. Plus 2023 New York bred champions Kara's Time, Dr. Ardito, Silver Skillet, and the Wine Steward. This year, over $65 million will be distributed in purse money, incentives, and awards for New York breds. Fasig-Tipton New York bred yearlings, August 11th and 12th in Saratoga Springs, New York. Where will you be?
They're off at Saratoga.
Welcome to Wednesday action from the premier meet in the country with a loaded weekend of stakes action ahead. In today's feature, Smoking Hot Kitty is on a roll. She'll get a class test, though, today, but she's earned the chance as she tries to make it 5 wins in her last 6 starts in the Johnstone Mile. She'll need to beat Sterling Silver to keep that streak alive. This mare from the Hall of Fame barn of Bill Mott has been facing the best female sprinters in the country. In-form millionaire Ottoman Fleet will step up in class Saturday. Is he finally ready to grab a Grade 1 victory in the 4-star Dave? And the Queen is prepping for her day with the boys. We'll have the latest on Torpedo Anna as she targets a historic Travers win in just over 2 weeks' time. All that more on this Wednesday edition coming up of Saratoga Live here on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net. Today, sun shining on what is one of the most beautiful days of the meet we have had to this point. Sensational weather. Fans enjoying the action already as we're through the first 4 on the card and a lot more to come. I'm Greg Wolf. Good to be with you. We have ladies featured in this Johnstone Mile coming up, and certainly Smoking Hot Kitty is on quite a roll right now, a win machine, but it looks like this race, the one to beat would be Sterling Silver as she exits Graded Stakes Company. She's already a 3-time winner against New York bred company. She's the morning line favorite in this spot for Hall of Fame barn of Bill Mott. This is a look at the field that will line up at Sterling Silver's 7-5 on the morning line. With me, champion handicapper Jonathan Kinchin, 4-time Major League All-Star Paul LaDuca, champion rider Richard Migliori. Your thoughts on Sterling Silver today?
Yeah, look, I mean, there's obviously some question marks, right, if she's going to handle a little bit of added distance, but I'm not too concerned. When you have the best horse in the field having to overcome an extra furlong, I'm not too concerned about it. I think she'll be fine. Even if she doesn't necessarily thrive at this added distance, I think she's too good for these other horses.
Yeah, I do think that she has a little bit of a class edge, and she's getting class relief here. But she may not get quite the pace that helps her set up. I don't think the other furlong is what worries me. It's if they go quick enough to set up her late run.
Yeah, we talked about Smoking Hot Kitty. I think the one Sunset Louise has to maybe soften up Smoking Hot Kitty. I'm kind of with Jonathan as in I don't think the distance is going to be a problem for Sterling Silver. And 2 of her wins out of the 7 have been over a wet surface, although it's been drying out.
And she had a dominant performance. I know she got DQ'd, but it was against Open Company Grade 2 Gallant Bloom, taken down in that victory, but she's got some big wins on the resume.
And the other thing she's got in her corner is a guy by the name of Bill Mott. And if he thinks she can handle the mile, who am I to question him?
She's running against some good fillies, too. Can't Hurry Love, Vava, a lot of really nice fillies. Yeah, Alva Star, the unfortunate Alva Star. But, yeah, she's running against some really good fillies and mares. She's really going to be the one to beat.
Yeah, this isn't nearly as deep a field as what she's been facing, right, guys?
Indeed.
That is coming up, race 8, 5:10 Eastern start time for that Johnstone Mile feature on this Wednesday card. Take a look at how to play all the action. You can do so with Naira Bets, the official betting app of Saratoga. The offer, that $250 deposit match sign-up bonus when you punch in the promo code SPOT250 at sign-up for new members right there at NairaBets.com. Play with us all summer long here at the meet and beyond. Late pick 5 time. Beginning in this next race, 5.5 furlongs. We're off the turf all day today, so this now on the main track, and still is a very interesting race here coming off the grass. Everyone loves Linda. Main track only entrant. Opens as the favorite, JK?
Yeah, people can't get enough of these MTOs. They act as if they breathe different air just because they have the little MTO next to them. I think that's a little bit premature. Look, she can win, but I think there's some other horses that are much more interesting.
Yeah, the issue you have here, this is an MTO where the 5 and the 6 are going to be trying the turf for the first time, and they're basically dirt horses, Nick.
Yeah, I mean, you're still catching some accomplished dirt horses.
Yeah.
Like you said, Paul, Unsung Melody, doesn't she project to sit the right trip, too? There's plenty of speed sign on. Doesn't she get to kind of set up shop right in behind the lead?
I would think so. You know, the only really true turf horse, when you think about it in this race, was Lady Milagro. A lot of these other horses are basically all dirt horses.
Yeah, they're dirt horses anyway. It's going to be a good field coming up. Big 5 pool just eclipses $200,000 and growing. Let's check in the paddock with Maggie Wolfendale.
And Paulie, it's not even like Lady Milagro can't run on the dirt either. Like, to have Everyone Loves Linda as a favorite right now just seems insane to me. As we'll talk about some of those more dirt horses that were entered in the body of the race, including the layoff runner in number 6, Speedy Traveler, who could be the speed of the speed. Now, last time in the Roxolana, maybe, you know, she had to race without Lasix for the first time, and the time away from the track indicates that there may have been an issue with bleeding, but she also does come back wearing the front wraps for the first time as well. But she is quick, and furthermore, she went pretty darn fast early on in that race too, and she'll go out for the ever dangerous Phil Bowerbarn, who always hits at a high percentage with these Rigney Racing horses. She looks incredibly fit though, solid, well-defined, really well-muscled, and is content here in the paddock. It's not like she's nervous or anything for her return to the races today. So I take all of that as good signs, but like I said, front wraps do go on as she does return to getting Lasix as well. Moving on to number 5, Unsung Melody. Now, last time she won and won convincingly. I will say, though, that the heavy favorite there at Prairie Meadows and that Saylorville did not show up. She just didn't. That was Olga Isabel. Why, I don't know, but she was able to capitalize on that Unsung Melody. She rated along the rail and shot through once she was clear. She's a horse that has a lot of equipment on. As you see, she runs in that titanium hood, so it's literally just a hood, almost kind of like a mask. It does not go over her ears, though she is wearing earplugs, but what it's thought to do is that metal's thought to provide relaxing, I don't know, wavelengths. I'm not really sure how it works, to be perfectly honest, but that is what that is, along with that figure 8, the ring bit, the whole 9 yards. The kitchen sink is literally on Unsung Melody, but she does typically wear all of that. She looks okay here. I wish she looked a little bit stronger behind the saddle. She's kind of dropped away a little bit there, and that's just kind of one of my pet peeves for these fast sprinting type of runners. Moving on to her inside, L Street Lady looks slower on paper, to be fair, but last time she was kind of out the back early in that off the turf race up here opening weekend. She saved all the ground. She was hard ridden throughout by Manny Franco, but she kept plugging away, and for me, she looks like a horse that probably needed that start. She still looks as though she might need a start from a fitness perspective, but what I do like is she's really moved forward physically from 3 to 4. I wasn't in the paddock for that effort on July 11th, but she's really kind of blossomed and filled out. So I feel like there is another forward move in here, but again, would not settle for a short price on her. Greg.
All right, Maggie, thanks. Favorite right now will not be your favorite at post time, but a lot of love for that MTO. Manny Franco, he's going to be on L Street Lady coming up. JK, finish it for me.
That looked like a travel, I gotta be
Get
honest.
him on the court, and he's trouble. Last week, messed around and got a
triple-double.
Nice.
Wow.
We'll be back. Stay with us.
Berlin's Grade 1 son, Solomini, New York's leading sire of 2-year-olds in 2023 and sire of Grade 2 winner Winstock.
Winstock's just the leader from Stronghold and Coach Prime and Winstock.
New York Stakes winner My Shady Lady.
My Shady Lady gets the victory.
2024 Stakes winners Solo Shot.
Solo Shot and also Geopolitics in a tight photo.
And Doc Sullivan.
Doc Sullivan dominates the Mike Lee.
Solomini, standing at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
The 2024 Global Symposium on Racing, celebrating 50 years of being the premier networking event of the year. 50 years of connecting the who's who of racing and collaborating face-to-face with key decision makers. Discover the latest technology and innovation while being a part of the international conversation. Join us December 9th through 11th. Register at racingsymposium.com.
We're back. I've lost my audio, but thank you guys, my team there for me.
You were just listening
Program
to
brought
the
to you by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get signed up, started, and play with us all summer long. All right, race 5. Start of the late pick 5. Comes off the grass, 5.5 furlongs. Main track, and this one inherits the rail. Lady Milagro, she's pretty quick early.
She's got a lot of early speed, and when you're looking at a race like this, 5.5 on the dirt, that's a pretty big weapon.
L Street Lady, Manny Franco, will ride for Brittany Russell.
Yeah, she's running some stakes at 2, running some stakes at 3, and her last effort was not that bad.
Maybe the filly to beat, Unsung Melody for John Ortiz.
Yeah, ran extremely well last time. Worked on the turf last time, but, you know, gets to run on the dirt this time.
Very quick and comes out of a stakes race when she set the pace and then backed up Speedy Traveler.
Yeah, this one for Rigney Racing and Phil Bauer, again having a tremendous meet. We'll see who gets to the front, the 5 or the 6 in here.
And last 2 times on the dirt, the main track only everyone loves, Linda was a winner.
Yeah, a horse that, you know, on any other day when you have a main track only, this horse would be a player. And she still is a player. She can win this race, but I just think she's outside the realm. She does get Lasix back today.
So this filly right here for trainer John Ortiz, he's having a nice meet from limited starters. Prairie Meadows last time out. Big performance to win a stake in the Saylorville.
Yeah, she kind of just slips up the rail here, Meg, and she did. She got a great run. She got the rail run, but then you go off. She was kind of courageous, too, to do this, but you went off and you win by about 2 3/4. Impressive.
You can see she got in a little bit tight. She almost kind of got a little shrunk a little bit, like she was worried about it. And once she got her head all the way through this, she kicked on pretty nicely. I see her getting a very similar trip today as far as position, sitting in behind the speed, and then deciding whether she's going to go inside or out.
she's also going to be adding Lasix again. So she hadn't had it in her last 2 starts. She gets it back here. And if you look, she worked on the turf last time. And looking at the DRF workout report, they kind of made it seem like, she was a little bit uncomfortable, swapping leads, the word awkwardly. And maybe she just didn't handle it. They were going to try her on it anyways here today. But when it came off, it was like, hey, what the heck, home game now, we're on the dirt.
You know what happens with a lot of horses working on the turf, particularly for the first time when they work on the Oklahoma training side? They usually have the dogs up, meaning the cones are way out. They're working out in the middle of the course, and some of these horses get completely lost. They're used to going down to the rail, having that as a guideline to work. And I think sometimes they mistake a horse not handling turf as much for them just getting lost out in the middle of the course.
Yeah, when Mig's explaining the dogs, meaning the cones up, he has the cones all the way maybe in the 11 path to not ruin the turf course of racing, so you're running completely on the outside. That's why the times are usually slower, right, Mig?
Much slower. Yeah, they're going to keep them out, try to protect the turf. And they have the ability to move it around on the training side because, we're not going to race on it, but they'll start at 5 feet, 10 feet, 20 feet. Then they might go back to 5 feet. They're always trying to give them fresh ground to work out on.
And, we talk about pace in this race, and certainly this one right here wants to be part of that pace. But the favorite, Unsung Melody, doesn't need to be too far out of it either.
No. And the other thing is, JK, the 6 gets Lasix back, and she's undefeated with Lasix.
Yeah, and she's got some talent. Now look, she hadn't run since April, and her figure that day wasn't great. But some of her previous numbers earlier this year in New Orleans down at Fairgrounds were pretty good. So she's got to find a little bit here, and she is drawn well outside of her main competition in the 5 Unsung Melody.
5-2 right now. Phil Bauer, Rigney Racing. We're going to talk about one of their new faces that was sensational earlier in the meet. And we won't make you wait. Let's do it right now. Too Sharp. 3-year-old filly who start number 2 back on August 2nd. 98 Beyer speed figure in a dominant victory.
Yeah, she was outstanding.
Look at the way, the rider is basically a morning workout. Hands way back, looping the reins, ears up. Kind of got her attention there. Looked like she might have looked at something. Junior Alvarado kind of put the bit in her mouth late there. But not only did she get a big figure, she won with consummate ease.
Ways and Means have a competitor here?
I don't know. You rarely see a filly like that get geared down and get a 98. When they get geared down, they're usually in the 88 area. But this is like, you telling me if they press the button a little bit, it's 100?
I'm kidding somewhat, but they did earn the same Beyer speed figure. Ways and Means obviously pointing to the Breeders' Cup Filly in her sprint.
Yeah, you'd think Too Sharp probably will take a path of, getting a late start. There's no real rush to try to get her there. They're definitely going to try tougher next time, I would think, but I think they'll probably let the cards just kind of fall where they are.
Yeah, I wouldn't be in a big rush to go taking on Ways and Means yet, right? You still want a couple of tune-ups before you jump into the deep end of the pool.
I was kidding. But she has that kind of ability off what we saw.
Oh,
we'll see
that's
what comes
fair.
next for her. Let's go to Maggie.
I think Phil Bauer has a good shot in here, though there's a lot of speed and a lot of horses that want to be forward. So that's pushed me to L Street Lady. I was trying to pick between her and Phil's number 6 Speedy Traveler. I just thought I wanted the horse that was going to capitalize on any type of hitting that happened up front. And I see that, she's now 3rd choice, as you guys mentioned, looking at the Will Pays with number 8, Everyone Loves Linda. And I get it, the common or the old adage is you take an MTO, but a lot of trainers entered their horses today knowing that there was a likelihood that these races would come off. So you just kind of wanted to be covered either way. So Everyone Loves Linda. She just doesn't quite match up with these horses physically, to be honest. Now, also, to be fair, I've never really liked her. I have not one that is, everybody loves Linda. I want to take her. She just is a little underwhelming at times. Linda has her going as best as she possibly could, but I just think her job might get a little bit tougher, though she is drawn to the outside, which is a good advantage to have with other speed on your inside. But this is a really intriguing race, guys, for how fast are they going to go early, and who's going to be able to be there late?
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to this race, but I'm also really looking forward to the speed duel with the 3 Lady Milagro and the 6 Speedy Traveler.
Yeah, look, there's a lot of speed in here, and and even Everyone Loves Linda. Her best, I think, if you look at her last race, was wire to wire. they're going 5.5 as well. So, I mean, taking something away from a horse in a race like this when you have speed, I think would be a huge mistake. I think they'll fire away from there and just let the best horse win. And in that situation, it feels like it's the 5, but I'm going to take a shot with the 3. I think that horse has some pretty fast pace figures.
Feels like the 4 or the 5 are the 2 that are going to lay off the pace. If I'm Ricardo Santana, do I want to push early here, Mig, or do I want to sit after watching that last race, that last replay that we saw? Can probably pass horses, right?
Yeah, I think going 5.5, you let her run away from there, make the 6 go on, and then hope that Lady Milagro and her hook up, sit third, get the jump.
Start of the late pick 5. Let's go to Frank Miramati.
One more left to load. Everyone Loves Linda. They're in the gate. And they're off. Lady Milagro is very quick. In between horses, Unsung Melody is up close, and Speedy Traveler comes away in third, 3 lengths off the pace. They're followed by L Street Lady and Everyone Loves Linda. Easy lead for Lady Milagro to the half-mile pole, cruising, 2-length advantage. Unsung Melody, a clear-cut second, and Speedy Traveler now 5 behind in third. Everyone Loves Linda moves up outside L Street Lady, 21 and 4 for Lady Milagro. Unsung Melody set down, trying to get after her now in second. They come to the quarter pole together. Everyone Loves Linda moves up on the outside of Speedy Traveler. They're at the top of the stretch. Lady Milagro hanging tough. Unsung Melody ahead, back right up to her, and Unsung Melody takes the lead coming to the 8th pole. Everyone Loves Linda down at the rails. Speedy Traveler, a 16th to go, and it's Unsung Melody and Ricardo Santana Jr. winning it by 3 lengths over Everyone Loves Linda. Lady Milagro third, then Speedy Traveler.
Unsung Melody, and from limited starters, terrific meet for John Ortiz continues.
Yeah, it just worked out a really beautiful trip. Lady Milagro went. The 6 Speedy Traveler decided to rate, and that just left Unsung Melody laying second in the clear, made her life and job a lot easier.
It kind of like, I did not see this happening at all. Right on top of the 3, and the race was over from there because the 5 has shown finish before, and a lot of these other ones haven't. And I get it, the 8 comes rolling here for second, but just no match for the winner here at 3-2.
Ended up being a perfect trip for the 5 Unsung Melody, where she was fast enough to make the front and to try to go wire to wire. But I think it's always just a little bit easier sometimes when you can sit right outside of another speed horse. It replicates how they train in the morning, sitting next to another one. And it just kind of, when they go fast, kind of sucks them along, brings you into the race. It couldn't have worked out a better trip for Ricardo.
Unsung Melody at 3-2, 5-8-3-6. Ricardo Santana Jr., there he is. One more look down the stretch as this 3 begins to weaken. And here she comes, Unsung Melody, coming off that stakes win at Prairie Meadows. And she'd run big on the bigger circuits before as well.
Yeah, she had. And, that last race at Prairie Meadows was good, but she'd run a good race in the winning colors at 44-1. She's just getting into really good form now at age 4. Lasic's back on today, and this is a nice win.
How about the meet John Ortiz is putting together? Now 4 wins from very limited starters, a very high percentage.
And he had a first-time starter that is real.
Gets one here with this 4-year-old filly, Unsung Melody. Impressive, now back-to-back wins as we're underway in this pick 5. We're going to take a timeout. We'll learn more about this man right here when we come back. Persistence has absolutely paid off for David Dugen and his wife Laura. We'll have that story next on our FS2 coverage.
Grayson Jockey Club Research Foundation was formed in 1940 with a simple goal: to raise funds for research to enhance the health and soundness of horses. Since then, we've provided millions of dollars to hundreds of projects at universities around the world, leading to major advances in welfare. Our process of selecting and producing peer-reviewed research has become the trusted industry standard. And with your help, we'll be here for many years to come, supporting the health and wellness of all horses.
At Three Chimneys, our name is our promise. Our commitment to quality, our customer, and most importantly, the horse, is at the heart of who we are. For over half a century, the Storage Stallion Station and Nursery have been a place where dreams are born. From Horse of the Year, the mighty Seattle Slew, to Horse of the Year and modern-day breed shaper Gunrunner, we've been defined these past 50 years by the company we've kept. Three Chimneys, where dreams are born.
Pandagate has now taken the lead and quickly opens up here. Pandagate with a quick burst really handled this field, won by 7 or 8 lengths at the end.
Welcome to Adelphi Racing Club's unparalleled partnership experience. Exclusive access to the backstretch at Belmont and Saratoga, premier accommodations on race day, and of course, experience excitement like no other. Contact us today and come hang with us this Saratoga meet.
Back on our Saratoga live coverage on Fox Sports 2. It's brought to you in part by Mohegan Sun. All in for Mohegan. Underway in the Pick 5, Unsung Melody at 3-2. John Ortiz, Ricardo Santana Jr., WSS Racing. And this filly's in pretty sharp form, JK.
Absolutely. The way she, she was never really in doubt. I mean, she sat comfortably off of the leader, and then when, took over at the top of the stretch, and like I said, if you bet the 5 in here, you weren't ever really too nervous.
No, and a filly by McLean's Music out of Bodemeister Marinero C. Congratulations to Scott and Debbie Pierce, who bred this daughter, McLean's Music.
3-2 on your winner. Standing by with a winning jockey. Let's go to Maggie.
And we get a little bonus coverage from Johnny Ortiz's brother, Daniel, here in the winner's circle. As Daniel up here helping your brother, it's truly a family affair when it comes to you guys.
It is. It's a family affair, and I'm very grateful to be able to work with my brother and keep it just between the family name, for sure.
Yeah, and Ricardo, a filly that you're coming off the back of a stakes win over at Prairie Meadows in Unsung Melody. She was pretty sharp today. It felt like there was a lot of speed in here, and she was laying second the whole way around there.
Well, I think it was like 2 weeks ago, she worked in the turf. She was really sharp. And today, I don't do much, use joker to the gate. And the gate opened, and she surprised me how quick she broke, so I just let it be, and thanks God we took the victory today.
I was talking about all the equipment she wears, Daniel. She has her titanium hood on, earplugs. We see you take them out before she goes in the gate, though.
Well, she's really nervous, and I think that helped a lot when the filly. And as soon we go inside the gate, I took the air blow out. You can tell she awake, and she broke really sharp today.
Johnny likes to use all that stuff, doesn't he?
Yes. She is our sassy girl, but she knows it's all business. She's all business, and I'm glad she got the job done today. Very grateful for the Simons, for the opportunity that they've given us, and we're just happy to be here in Saratoga.
And Johnny has coached and taught you well to do interviews very nicely, Daniel. Well done.
That's it. It's all about smiling. You smile and wave.
Think he nailed the audition, guys.
Let's get him on the desk. Unsung Melody, impressive here. 4th win, 13 career starts, and good for Ricardo Santana Jr. to notch another win. Here as we move on to the late pick 4. Coming up is your winner there heading back to the barn after that successful victory. This race coming up out of the Wilson Chute, mile distance, all for sale for $25,000. Fillies and mares who have not won 2 lifetime in this spot. And from the rail moonlit weekend for the barn we're going to tell you about right now. Good thing that trainer David Dugen, by his own admission, has been too stubborn to quit. After some lean years in the sport, 2022 and 2023 were 2 of the best years he's had in his career in terms of earnings. And this year, looks like it's more of the same.
Trainer David Dugen has always had horses in his life.
starting from an early age in his hometown of Tipperary, Ireland.
We were on ponies when we were younger. We grew up as farmers now. My uncle Matt had a couple of horses. He was a permit trainer and there was always ponies around. I went to the apprentice school in Ireland. Some gravitated towards being jump jockeys or flat jockeys. We got into a good yard and they got us on horses and had like a mini career as a jockey for a while.
An injury ended his career as a jockey before he arrived in the United States. But that did not derail his dream of working with racehorses. Dugen would go on to assist trainers Neil Drysdale, Owen Hardy, and John Kimmel. A purse increase at NYRA emboldened Dugen to go out on his own.
We saw opportunity in New York when the slots came here, and we thought that, you know, if we were ever going to take a chance, it was obviously here, and we had a history of being here.
Dave's not the only Dugen destined to work with horses.
I was born and bred into racing. My dad used to ride. He was quite a famous jockey in Ireland and in England. So I've been riding since I was 3 years old and involved in racing all the way up. We lived on the Curragh, so my sister and myself were totally spoiled. We had our own ponies. We took off on the Curragh and did whatever we wanted to do. We were really lucky.
Since the very beginning, the Dugen barn has been a family affair.
We think along the same lines probably 95% of the time, and I think that just makes things work. As I always tell my kids, Dad's the boss at the barn, I'm the boss at home. So he basically does all the set lists and the plans for the horses. We do discuss what's best, go back and forth a few times that way, but mainly Dave's the main decision maker.
Port Bonheur! Port Bonheur! Poke that head in front. Can't hurry, love wins the Dancer Renee. It's Sunday Girl. She's gonna win impressively. Here's Drafted coming on to win the Grade 3 Run Happy Stakes.
Through it all, Dugen strives to compete with the best in the game.
You have to keep on upgrading your quality as a trainer and how you communicate with people and the service that you put out. To be consistently good at what you do and keep on churning out the right kind of horses for New York, because New York is very competitive. You look at Chad, you look at Todd. Why are they successful? That's the reason you keep on trying better every day.
Now, things on a major upswing for the David Dugen barn right now, and a few years ago, it was a horse you saw in that piece listed that kind of turned things around, Megan, Drafted.
Yeah, Drafted earned over $1 million in great form for David, being a one-run sprinter. And Dave and Lara are just two incredibly good people. They're dear friends. I worked with them closely when Dave was the assistant for John Kimmel, and Lara was galloping a lot of the good horses there. And she certainly has a pedigree. Her dad, Willie Robinson, was a champion rider in Ireland and England, won the Cheltenham Gold Cup on Millhouse years ago. So there's a lot of depth of pedigree with both sides of that family.
He's just a personable guy, great guy. Actually, he trained one of my horses. I actually was in a group with Little Red Feather a long time ago when I was playing with the Mets, and we came out to Aqueduct, and David Dugen had the horse, and we won with the horse. The horse got claimed. And just a real person, one of the nicest guys you'll ever meet, honestly. He is a sweetheart, and he's actually a jokester, too. This is great.
Well, we're going to bring in Acacia Clement. And Acacia, as we heard in that piece, if it's a family affair, it's good that, you know, husband and wife, they agree about 95% of the time if you're going to make it work.
That's a big piece of it, Greg. Definitely a lot of compromise as well. But just to echo what the guy said on set, so much respect for the work that Dave and Lara do with their operation. And it is a family affair. And if you go around the backside, there are so many barns that are exactly that. We often say that training racehorses is not a job. It's an entire way of life. It really can consume many things in what you do in just your day-to-day activities, where you travel, where you live, trying to match up your schedule with your significant others. So not uncommon that a shared passion for horses would bring people together. How many of us on this show share exactly that kind of sentiment? So great to see all of the hard work being rewarded. You look back to last year on Thoroughbred Aftercare Day, which is coming up in a few days, but we got a chance to see that retirement ceremony for Drafted, and such a popular horse, and Dave and Lara very involved with making sure that their retirees have good endings after the racetrack as well, Greg.
Acacia, thank you. And that is the filly that Dugen Barn will send out in this 6th race coming up. Moonlit Weekend, certainly with a chance in this 25,000 non-winner 2 spot ahead. Second beat a length at this condition last time out. What do you think, guys?
You know, I'm not crazy about the fact there's not a lot of early speed from the rail with Moonlit Weekend, but this is one of the most wide open races I thought there was on the card. You know, despite some of the races getting scratched down, but I prefer a little bit more speed from the inside.
She's knocking on the door, though.
We'll get to the post parade from this 6 to kick off the late pick 4 when we come back at our Fox Sports 2 coverage, and we'll look at one of the most electrifying 2-year-old performances we have seen up here in Saratoga Springs when we come back. Stay with us.
For centuries, the bond between horse and human has been forged in trust and hands-on care. Thoroughbred racing is combining that tradition with cutting-edge technology to raise our standards even higher. New investments in wearable biometrics, advanced imaging, and AI help optimize our safety programs.
That opening quarter mile was a quick one.
Every day, a commitment to improving their care. So win or lose, it's safety that runs first. To learn more, visit safetyrunsfirst.com.
Quality at his core.
And Core Beliefs will come on and win it nicely.
By leading sire, Quality Road.
And here is Core Beliefs to take the lead. Core Beliefs on the outside. Here it is. Core Beliefs.
All the best attributes of his sire. A multiple graded stakes winner who's proven at the classic distance with tactical speed and a must-see physical.
It's Core Beliefs who digs his heels in to win the New Orleans Handicap.
Core Beliefs, standing at Walmack.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. Saratoga Live as we get set for the pick 4 coming up in just about 15 minutes. One of the things we love about this race meet, not just the stars we see in action, it's the future stars. And we certainly saw one this past Saturday. Time for our Modelo outstanding performance. Horse expected to do big things. $1.3 million colt, Ferocious. Poor break, JK, early on. He looked pretty good late.
Yeah, he broke slowly, and then just powered through the stretch. When you talk about 2-year-old races at Saratoga, these are the types of animals and the types of performances we're all hoping to see every day we walk through those gates.
It's the best 2-year-old performance I've seen on debut in a very long time. Broke slow, rushed up into the pocket, and a lot of times when a young horse is rushed, they won't switch back off. He got to the position, switched off, waited on his rider's cues. Javier Castellano eased him out. And the mechanics of his stride are as impeccable as you're going to see.
It was a jaw-dropping performance, to be honest with you. I mean, most times you see a horse hop at the gate and rush up, you're like, there's nothing left. So when he got to the leader at the top of the lane, like Mick said, I'm like, okay, he might come up empty. And then he had another gear. I haven't seen that in a while. I mean, you maybe see that from an older horse, not from a first-time starter.
Incredible performance, and it's because really of Mage, the Derby winner from last year, that these connections have this horse. That they had all that success, and now they're in the pool of buying these much more expensive horses. And Gustavo Delgado, Ramiro Restrepo with another very good one. Our Modelo performance of the week. Modelo brewed for those with a fighting spirit. The exciting one to watch what's next for him as we get into race 6. As JK mentioned, maybe the most wide open race of this entire card. Board reflects that a bit as we go back to Acacia.
And we'll start to the outside with the horse taking a lot of the early money, and that is the number 10 Backstretch Rose, who I think is getting back to the surface that she prefers and just in the perfect spot. Broke her maiden on the dirt in Kentucky 2 starts back, and while, yes, she was able to kind of get in the right kind of trip, I thought that she was very game in that performance. She was in tight in between horses late in the stretch, too, and I thought, you know, especially for horses in claiming levels, sometimes it's easy for them to kind of give up when faced with some adversity, and she really dug in. So I definitely respect that about this filly. The horse that was second that day did come back to win in her subsequent start. You cross off the turf race. Again, just think that she's back in at the right spot and dropping in class, and probably the horse to beat in here. No problems with what I see from her in the paddock. Now taking a look at a couple of other intriguing new faces in this group. The 7 Bump in the Night is first off the claim for Linda Rice. So obviously that immediately piques your interest. She is coming in off of a layoff after last running at Oaklawn back in April when she just was kind of run off her feet that day. Did finish up a little bit closing. She's one that typically comes from very far off of it. This is, of course, my first time seeing her. It's her first time on the NYRA circuit, but she's pretty forward here in the paddock. She's been kind of marching around since she came in, and she certainly could just be fresh off that layoff, but she's carrying great weight, really well muscled. She looks fit off the bench for Linda, and I think she's very, very interesting coming in this spot. I'll watch how she warms up, but again, hopefully she's able to get out of the gate a little bit better and into the race, but so far, all things good with what I'm seeing in the paddock. The number 8, Grammy Girl, watching that last race, and I wasn't in the paddock for that effort, but I thought watching it just ran like a horse who was totally outfooted and running like one that wanted more distance. Now looking at her, that totally backs it up. She is tall, she is leggy, nothing about her looks like a sprinter. She's super fit coming in here for Horacio de Paz, and she is taking a drop in class as well. The barn's been going well. She was off slowly last time, and oftentimes those horses that are going longer too, they just have a little bit more time to kind of get into their stride and get into the race earlier. I expect her to be more forward today, and I think she could be finding herself in the right spot as well. Greg?
All right, Acacia, thank you. She's the 3-year-old filly that everyone's talking about from the Ken McPeak barn. I know this is the favorite. That's not the one we're talking about. It's Torpedo Anna, the queen of that division. We saw her schooling last week to get ready for her date with the boys in the DraftKings Travers. We're all excited. 2.5 weeks away, and if she were to pull off that victory, JK, is she your, strong front runner for Horse of the Year?
No, it's a foregone conclusion. If she wins the Travers, she's the Horse of the Year.
Yeah.
Don't you think?
Doing something that historical, taking on the boys, as impressive as she's been against the girls so far. I thought it was interesting watching her school guys, right? She was pretty cool. She knew she was here just to kind of have a walkabout. And then she heard the bugle, the call to post, and she got animated. She was really full of herself. It took 2 people to keep her on the ground.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting because, at the end of the year, if she goes to the distaff, she's got to deal with Adair Manor's turned into another type of horse. So I don't know if Kenny can take a chance there too as well. But if she wins the Travers, my goodness, what a year that would be.
It would be historical. We haven't seen a filly win the Travers since 1915.
And I'm not just saying that flippantly. I mean, if you think about all the boys, the 3-year-old boys, which one of them would have to go on to be to lose the Travers, go on and win the Classic, and then still have a resume strong enough to keep her from winning Horse of the Year? I mean, I don't think Sierra Leone can win the Classic and beat her for Horse of the Year if she wins the Travers. Fierceness.
Dornick would be the one, right? Who right now, if he were to win it,
yes,
still probably not.
If Dornick went on to win the Classic, then and she won the Travers, would give her the best run for her money. But, man, a filly beating the boys in the Travers, her 3 Grade 1s prior to that, I think it's going to be hard to overcome.
And McPeak says in her most recent work, he thinks she's actually getting better.
I would agree. Watching her train in the morning, she goes out 5:30 every morning. I've been here a lot of mornings watching her train. She's put on weight. And she's had a good campaign, but she's winning with something left. She's not going to the bottom of the well. That's why I think there is a trip to the bottom of the well that could make her competitive in the Travers.
A lot of pressure, but when you have a filly as good as that man does right there, you tend to feel pretty relaxed in her races.
Yeah, and the thing about it, her one Achilles heel was that she can kind of get worked up, like Mick said. Now you're in the most serene place in the world, and she might be enjoying it here, which could be really dangerous.
Had that little hiccup out of the gate. Coaching Club American Oaks still just wallop the competition.
And you see what they're doing in between the Coaching Club and the Travers. She's schooled in the paddock. She's been to the starting gate to school. You don't want her to make mistakes, especially as the competition gets tougher.
Well, McPeak with the favorite in this spot coming up as well. Backstretch Rose, 5-2. Hard, in your eyes, JK, was it hard to make anyone this short a price in this field?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I think it's a wide open spot. I think the 10 deserves to be the favorite. I think that when you look at these claiming races, whether it be these, non-winners or maiden claiming, you want to try to find the droppers and identify, are they better than the horses that have been running for this price?
Show the feature on David Dugen. This is his Philly Moonlit Weekend.
Yeah, take the blinkers off of her the last 2 starts, and they've resulted in 2 back-to-back really good seconds. Maybe she'll get a little better today.
Raining at the Beach, taking a lot of play for Rudy Rodriguez.
Has improved in each of her starts. Broke her maiden last time. I think less exposed than a lot of her rivals with only 3 starts.
La Vida Sofia shortens up from 1 mile and an 1/8.
Yeah, shortens up from the mile and 1/8. Does get a little bit of class relief, more of a closing type.
Going to get pace from the 5, Franny Lou.
Yeah, Christina Bonilla in the irons here. And this horse has shown speed at this level. The last 2 times was way over her head.
22-1 on that 5-year-old mare. 22-1 next door on this one, Brooklyn Dance.
Yeah, it's just going to have to improve a little bit from the current form. Although dirt races are a little better than a turf race, maybe that kind of dirty things up a little bit.
Facing a mare we're going to see in the feature later today. Last time she was on dirt. She's a huge price. Here's the 7 bump of the night.
Yeah, horse that was claimed from the Andres Cambrai barn for $15,000 at Oaklawn. Goes from Lindsay Hebert to Irad Ortiz Jr.
Manny Franco, Grammy girl, Horacio de Paz.
I think taking that class relief and stretching back out to the mile, I think she's a major player here.
There's Karen's Honor, Javier Castellano.
Almost wired him on the drop. This horse is kind of confusing, right? 1 for 20. Came launching 3 starts back. Tried to wire him last time. Tough to get to because not really trying to get into the winner's circle. She kind of settles.
And Backstretch Rose, she's a stablemate to Torpedo Anna.
Another one taking a significant drop in class and more of a deep closing type Backstretch Rose.
The 4-horse La Vida Sofia, we skipped over. There's the Luis Saez runner for Rudy Rodriguez.
Yeah, another one that looks more of a closing type. Kind of interesting to think how this race could plan out, but I agree with you, Greg. I think Franny Lou, the 5, is the speed here stretching out to the mile.
Let's go back to Flavian Pratt's mount, the 2 Raining at the Beach. At least JK lightly raced and coming off a victory last time out.
Absolutely. It was facing maiden claimers for $40,000. So if you're new to the game, those are horses, maidens that have never won. So she's facing a bunch of horses that have never won, and they were also in there for sale for $40,000. So, kind of a drop down from a protected race. So you have to ask yourself, who did she beat in there? Now, these other horses are non-winners at 2, so it's not like they're running around beating every horse they see either, but at least they've won some races. That's my biggest concern. She's got a nice number from her last race, but who did she beat is the question you're going to have to answer.
There's a state bred maiden 40 over a muddy racetrack. Now, blinkers did go on her, so maybe that did help. You're getting an okay price. Going against winners for the first time in an off-the-turf event, do you really want to take 7-2?
Well, I just think that last time was the first time she got out of the gate cleanly. That had been an issue in her first 2 starts. And again, the fact that she's lightly raced, maybe there's more potential improvement in her.
What are you seeing from that warm-up, Mick?
She looks strong. She looks aggressive and in a good way, not in a nervous way, just very focused, straightforward way.
7-2 right now on Raining at the Beach. So first time in against winners off that dominant maiden win on a race that did come off the grass. Here's the 8, Grammy Girl. Saw Manny Franco back aboard in a race that it was exclusively 3-year-olds, but it was for $50,000 and in for $25,000 today.
Yeah, and the difference here, this is a Kentucky bred now that's going to drop all the way down for the $25,000. It's actually in a stakes race at Laurel Park, but you know, the last race, Manny was aboard, did not break well. Manny sticks. I think that's key. And you're getting 6-1 on this 3-year-old filly that when you have some other horses in here that are, you know, maybe a little bit older, maybe she's a horse that can improve, but the 10's also a 3-year-old filly, but she's had at least way more chances in the 10 than the 8.
6-1. So Grammy Girl will stretch out. Money continues to pour in on Backstretch Rose on the outside for Ken McPeak. Let's go back to Acacia.
And we'll take a look at the 2 for Rudy Rodriguez, starting off with Raining at the Beach, and she is taking quite a bit of money. I know that she won impressively last time out, but as you guys were mentioning, it was an off-the-turf race. Her 2 best performances have been in off-the-turf fields. Now, she's entered for the body of the dirt today because she's run well on the main track. She did have a big warm-up. She was moving well out there, certainly give her that, and she has been very sharp. If I'm nitpicking, she looks like she's lost a little bit of weight and muscle mass since her last race. I wish that she was a little bit stronger overall, just comparing my notes from her last race to today. And she is stepping up to face winners for the first time. And I think you have some intriguing prospects with horses that are dropping in class, but she is lightly raced and has fewer excuses than several in this field. And again, did have a lovely warm-up out there. The number 4, La Vida Sofia, her stablemate, is one of those horses that's had quite a few chances, but she has been running against tougher competition, coming out of a mile and an 1/8 starter allowance try last time out. She was off a little bit awkwardly that day too and was last early, and today Luis Saez took her away from the pony and gave her a big warm-up as well. She's one that sometimes can be a little bit quirky out on the track or going towards the starting gate. So far so good with what I'm seeing from her, and once again I just do think that the class droppers really should be well spotted in a race like this, including La Vida Sofia, who's a pretty generous price on the board right now, Greg.
Everyone's pretty generous price with the pounding that Backstretch Rose is taking right now for Ken McPeak, the 10.
I mean, she's the fastest horse when it comes to anything you want to use. I don't care what you're using. She's the fastest horse. Now, I didn't expect for her to be 3-2. I know, JK, you and I both liked her, and I kind of went to the 8 a little bit, but did you expect 3-2?
No, I didn't think she would be this short, but sometimes, you know, sometimes when I like a horse, you know, you like to think sometimes horse players all think they're the smartest people in the room. That's why you play this game, because it's a pari-mutuel game. If you didn't think you're the smartest person in the room, then you shouldn't be playing it. So I thought I found something clever here with the 10. I was like, oh, okay, I'm a little clever here. When horses like this get bet, it just makes me feel like, okay, I'm barking up the right tree. People are seeing what I'm seeing, and I'm okay with that.
It's getting into territory right now where people know something with this horse, isn't it?
Well, it doesn't necessarily have to be that. It could be that a lot of people look down and see the same thing that we all see, that the horse makes sense, and then with the other horses see the same thing, that a lot of them are untrustworthy. I mean, I don't.
I didn't see what happened on the last. Where it was a bullet work. It was here in Saratoga. I didn't read about it.
Yeah, but
I'm assuming it was okay.
I just think breaking for maiden 50. Okay, so you break it for maiden open 50, where you have the 2 breaks her maiden for state bred, New York bred. So is that a difference there? A little bit, right? And it was at Churchill Downs. Horse has gotten better with Lasix. A little muddied up with the turf effort, I guess. I don't know. But if you go back to some of those other races here at Saratoga last year, they stand out.
What about that outside post from this Wilson chute? Being that far outside, it's not great, is it?
No, it's not an ideal post, but she's not very fast. She doesn't have a lot of speed, so she probably should just get out-footed and drop in. That's one of the concerns about her at a short price, though. What kind of trip is she going to work out having no speed?
3-2 favorite from the far outside post, Julian Leparoux on Backstretch Rose. One to beat for the McPeak barn here as we get set for this pick 4. Let's send it upstairs to Frank Miramati.
There's Bump in the Night loading. La Vita Sofia is next. Grammy Girl. Right up to the gate is Grammy Girl. Here's Franny Lou going in smoothly. Two more. Karen's Honor. And Backstretch Rose completes the lineup. Going up and in. And they're off. La Vita Sofia is the first one out of the gate, joined by Franny Lou. And those two have sped 3 lengths clear of Karen's Honor in third. Raining at the Beach along the rail is Fordsom 6 lengths off the leaders. Then comes Moonlit Weekend on the inside of Bump in the Night. Backstretch Rose outside of that pair. Another 2 to the 2 trailers, Grammy Girl and Brooklyn Dance. It's a strung out field. The opening quarter in 24 1/5 seconds. Franny Lou, the long shot leader, opens it up to lead by almost 4 lengths to La Vita Sofia second. Then Karen's Honor and Raining at the Beach third and fourth. Followed by Moonlit Weekend and Backstretch Rose. 8 or 9 off the pacemaker, Grammy Girl inside of them. It's another 3 back to Bump in the Night and Brooklyn Dance. They went 48 flat for the half mile. And it's still Franny Lou, the lead shrinking. La Vita Sofia comes right back at her in second. And Karen's Honor just 2 off the pace in third. Backstretch Rose has made headway, will come through along the inside, and then Moonlit Weekend. They're at the top of the stretch. There's room for Backstretch Rose, and she's coming after La Vita Sofia, who has the lead coming to the 8th pole. La Vita Sofia leads it by 3. Backstretch Rose in second, followed by Moonlit Weekend and Karen's Honor, a 16th to go. And it's La Vita Sofia strong on the front end under Luis Saez. Wins it by 3 with a perfect trip. Backstretch Rose was second. Moonlit Weekend third. Karen's Honor fourth.
La Vita Sofia 5-1 with an upset here to start this pick 4 under Luis Saez.
Yeah, and we see Rudy Rodriguez's barn really heated up. He had a couple wins the other day, got put up in one. Sometimes you just need a win to turn things around. She worked out a good trip under Luis Saez and looked like she had fresh legs coming to the quarter pole.
She kind of just laid right outside of Franny Law. It was a good ride by Luis Saez just to ignore Franny Law. It got a little hairy there when the 8 tried to go through the fence there, and hopefully everything's okay. But then you can see the 10 get the draw on the rail, or at least get through on the rail here. And you're thinking, okay, the 10 might have a chance to run down the 4 here, JK, but the 4 just had some left.
Yeah, these types of horses make these types of races hard because you see horses that don't have much form, having, beaten 12, beaten 5, 4th, 6th, and then they drop in here for where their friends are and they run like this. It's horse made tons of sense on paper if you consider the class drop. I just didn't see it.
4:10, long way back to third with a David Dugen filly. Moonlit Weekend as we take another look here down the stretch, Meeks.
Yeah, I mean, she just really kind of almost rebroke. I mean, this is a big, strong effort from her, but like Paul said, she set the right kind of trip. The 10 got a decent enough trip. Julian Peru was trying to get that horse into the race a bit more, came up second best. And I will say, I really believe that right on top of the fence, horses are bogging down a bit. Moonlit Weekend looked like she was poised to make more of a run. Went all the way to the rail and looked like she just flattened out in there. I think you want to be 2 or 3 pats out.
Ford was having fun. If you look at her PPs, she's never been in front in her last 10 races. 0 for 9 the last 2 years. She got in front. She said, oh, my God, what's going on here? I'm going to keep on going.
Feels pretty good. 5-1, Luis Saez. Slow start to the meet. Starting to turn things around. Here this, second half starts after today, but getting going. We're going to take a timeout. Big one this weekend. 4-star Dave, Master of the Seas, out with a foot bruise, so it's plan B. And still the morning line favorite, the 4-star Dave, for Godolphin and Charlie Appleby.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the management and staff of Keeneland, I would like to welcome you to the September yearling sale. Good to have you back with us.
It is the marketplace.
It's electric.
Quality in quantity.
Some of the absolute best horses.
These are the horses we're going to be cheering on in the next 4 or 5 years to come.
A shareholder to win the Norfolk.
Dornick win the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga. Randomized in a dramatic photo finish in the Ogden Pit.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
And they're off at the Naira Bets Haskell.
In the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Dornock setting up moderate pace, 3/4 of a length ahead.
And as the field turns for home, Mind Frame on the outside. It's coming after Dornick.
They're at it again. The two Belmont first and second place finishers
will be Dornick to win the Belmont Stakes.
Dornock wins the Haskell.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage, brought to you by Hillendale at Alapa. Underway in the pick 4 with a 5-1 shot. Levita, Sofia, Rudy Rodriguez, Luis Saez with the victory. Favorite could do no better than second. Let's go to Acacia.
Oh, happy to be joined by winning trainer Rudy Rodriguez. As Rudy, you got a lot going on here. You nearly lost the AirPod. We got it back, and
we lost it.
We can't have that. And rocking the giveaway from last week. I like it.
This week is good. I like it.
On brand for the winner's circle. La Vida Sofia, just the drop in class really did seem to put her in the right spot.
You know, since the day opening, since the first book come up, we planned to run them in the 25, but they don't use them. And thank God they use the rest, but that was the plan. We bring them back early. She's been here for a while since May. So we just was planning to run it for the 25, and I think that's what she belongs. So we're just lucky to got the win, and hopefully we can run them again and then me.
I like it. The momentum has really picked up here for you too. And it's just kind of like that. The floodgates open as soon as you're able to get those horses in the right spots and get to the winner's circle.
You know, that's the key. Try to run the horse in the right spot, but you know, sometimes the races don't go, but we keep fighting.
I wanted to ask you, coming up on Friday in the Evans Shipman, you'll be running Bank Frenzy, private purchase, first time in your barn. What have you seen from this horse who's been in good form?
He's a challenge. He's a challenge for sure, but you know, look like he's coming to the race good. I was hoping to run him back in New York and then run him over here, but he got a little temperature a couple days before the race, but he's been solid since we got him. We just got a little setback, but look like we don't lose too much time. But I'm looking forward to see him run for sure.
Well, good luck this weekend. Congratulations here and doing it in style.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Rudy Rodriguez rocking the giveaway, Greg.
Yeah, that was our Saratoga giveaway, and I want to know, because basically when we gave that jersey away, that's sort of when Rudy started to turn things around. Has he been wearing that ever since?
I don't know.
We need to get to the bottom of this.
He's been sleeping in it. He won't take it off.
Yeah, he signed a couple of the jerseys. I hope maybe that was good luck. But that pick 5 comes back $556.
Not bad. A couple of short price runners in there. Good return.
Yeah.
Race 7. 6 furlong sprint. 25,000 claiming race here as well. Non-winners of 2 life. And Neuschwanstein, named after a very famous German castle, invading from Delaware for Kerry Bryan. Looks imposing on the outside.
It does. I want to apologize. I think I lied to everyone. I said I thought the last race was the toughest one on the card. This one's pretty darn hard, too.
Okay. Oh, you see it very wide open.
Yeah.
Did you guys agree?
Yeah, I think the 5's got a chance in here. Big shot. Royal King. I understand with the 11 could be one of the horses in here to beat. But I thought this race was – I had 3, 5, 7, 11. That's who they're basically playing in here. But I like the 5 Royal King a little bit for John Toscano. And, listen, Ricardo Santana's riding well right now.
All right, more on this field coming up in a moment. This next segment, I should just hand over to Mig. You knew him better than anybody, including waltzing him into Ciro's, getting this key to the city. 8 straight years with a win at Saratoga.
This particular day, this was his final win in Saratoga. I felt the weight of the entire capital region on my shoulders, not just Saratoga. The only way he could lose this race is if I did something wrong. I made a mistake and got him beat. He was just better than this field, worked out a beautiful trip, and you could hear the crowd. You're never aware of that stuff when you're out there riding. I was this day. The crowd erupted. I took him down to the 16th pole, high-fiving people on the outside rail as they came back, and he was the kind of horse you could do that with, Paul. He was the smartest horse I've ever been around, but you're going to see, right? I'm going to set him down again. I'm just like, I can't get him beat in Saratoga. This is his last chance, and now watch how happy I get. I start patting on him and telling him, man, thank you. Give me a lot of good memories.
Was it so electric that the tote board went out?
Well, that might have been my energy.
What an incredible horse to have that kind of longevity and to keep doing that. As a result, I mean, one of top of the list of fan favorites that have ever run at this racetrack.
You've got a street named for him, a bar named for him. His gravesite back at Clarecourt, you can come here in February and people are leaving flowers, bobbleheads, mementos. He is one of the most popular horses in racing history, certainly in New York. And being his rider up here, particularly the last 3 years of that streak, was pretty cool. Everybody wanted to talk about him. And the smartest horse I've ever been around in my life. He'd be walking. He'd hear a camera click. He would stop. You couldn't make him move. He'd throw his ears up and just pose until they were done taking his picture. He was really, he was almost human.
And we had a horse who was doing his best 4-star Dave impersonation, but won back-to-back runnings of this. Unfortunately, Costa Creed retired. He's off to the farm, but we have a good group who's going to line up this year. We told you Master of the Seas, Foot Bruise. They initially were saying we're not going to go in this race, but then they entered it. They fully were expecting to go. Godolphin and Charlie Appleby with last year's Breeders' Cup Mile winner, but he's going to have to pass. May train that horse up to the Woodbine Mile, trying to go for a repeat. They do have a pretty good plan B, JK, with Ottoman Fleet, who's put together back-to-back graded stakes wins.
Yeah, wire-to-wire last time in the Wise Dan, and he did it the right way. The problem is he's going to have a few better horses lapped onto him this time around, but I thought he did it the right way in here, Paul.
No, he was good. And, you know, the time where he came here in May and June, he was very good, losing to Up to the Mark. Okay, so he's kept some really good company, and this was a good effort at Churchill Downs. It's just really tough to gauge the Churchill Downs horses because, let's be honest, that turf course is not really turf in some of those races.
No, I think it's a very fair point, but you know, he's traveled the world and he shows up every time, right? 19 starts, 17 times, 1, 2, 3. And he possesses speed, but he doesn't need the lead, so that versatility also makes him very attractive.
That Fort Marcy was a disappointment. He was 1-2, but he's really rebounded out of that to prove that he's top class in here. Meanwhile, Carl Spackler, this is one of those good ones that JK said is going to be running right there with him for Chad Brown, E5 Racing, and he comes off a win in the Grade 3 Kelso here at the meet.
And you see Carl coming off of that inner turf course turn. He loves the inner. 3 for 3 on the inner. And Richie, I don't know about you, but I always felt like horses that run well on the inner run well on the inner. And the fact that he's going to be back on the inner turf in this 4-star Dave, I think, goes a long way in his corner.
I think a horse is successful on the inner turf, being a tighter course, kind of shows their athleticism, you know, how shifty they are, how balanced they are. They can get around those turns in good order. He's another one, you know, 8 starts, 5 wins. He shows up. He's consistent.
Yeah, and I think he's getting to be one of those horses that knows where the wire is. He's very smart. He'll put in a fight with you, and he'll just grind and go by you. I have a feeling he's turning into one of those relentless horses if he's right by you, yeah.
Cinderella story out of nowhere.
7 iron from 252 yards out.
Meanwhile, more than looks, everyone, I think, excited to see this horse come back. First start back since the Breeders' Cup Mile, but a horse who comes from very far out of it. What are we going to get with More Than Looks for Cherie DeVoe? Let's go to Acacia.
It will be interesting to see what he has to offer, Greg, as this was not the first game plan for More Than Looks. He was originally entered in the restricted lure last weekend, and Cherie DeVoe saying that she really planned to use that lure, in which he looked very formidable on paper, to kind of be a setup race for More Than Looks to give him some more fitness. With that race coming off the turf last week, they will go to plan B and go into the Grade 1 4-star Dave. So Cherie saying not ideal to go directly into a Grade 1 race, but needing to get him a race back, and he's ready to run. He obviously has plenty of ability, as we did see him finish third behind Carl Spackler in the Hall of Fame here at Saratoga last year, and he was a little bit tough to handle that day too. He has plenty of talent, and it's great to see him back. We'll see if he's quite ready to take on Grade 1 caliber company, horses like Carl Spackler having that recency. And should be noted as well that both the Grade 1 4-star Dave and the Grade 1 Saratoga Derby will kind of be brought back on Sunday as a contingency plan should there be a lot of inclement weather on Friday night into Saturday with these Grade 1 turf races. So we'll see how things pan out, but hopefully we get a chance to see More Than Looks back on the track this weekend and on to bigger and better things, Greg.
Yeah, thanks for pointing that out, too, with the weather. Fingers crossed. It's a horse with a world of talent.
100%, but like Acacia said, I have a problem with the change in plans. If a week ago they didn't feel like he was ready for the 4-star Dave and they wanted to run him in the lure, but now he's ready to run in the 4-star Dave, I think it's a backup plan. I understand why they're running him. I just don't trust him in the spot.
I think maybe the back out of the other European horse helps. This horse has got a world of talent. Just we'll see. I know that Cherie's always liked this horse. Horse had a blazing drill, too, over the turf course here, too.
Yeah, I'm kind of with Jonathan on this. That it's just hard to almost like cram for that exam, if you will, right? That you're kind of usually looking at Grade 1 type races and planning months out in advance how to get there, and then in fact we're not going to make it. We're going to make it. It just seems like it leaves a question for sure.
See what happens this weekend. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. Several contenders these guys felt in this race coming up, including Nick Zito. Could Uncle Charlie's gift deliver? 6-1 on the board right now for the legendary trainer. We'll take a timeout on the post parade next.
Game winner first got started and ran a very, very impressive maiden race to Del Mar. Came back in the Del Mar Futurity and again won very impressively at 7 furlongs, and then just continued that unbelievable 2-year-old year. Went on to win the American Pharoah Stakes at Santa Anita and then the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, and then was obviously crowned 2-year-old champion. Got the precocity to do that, plus the stamina and everything that his whole family indicates.
Who's in for Mohegan? Obviously everyone. We're off to the races, and it's you for the win. A moment of calm before the dark and stormy. High score, one more, dance floor. Who needs skill when you have style? And feeling like it's the best time ever? Smile. Abs, craps, and nightcaps? Yes. Then it's down for the thread count to start it all again tomorrow. This is how it feels when you're all in for Mohegan. Mohegan Sun.
Hey, I'm Nick Zito, and welcome back to Saratoga Live. If you're not watching that, you're not watching anything. So get yourself some popcorn or whatever and hang out and bet a few horses. You know what? It'll change your life.
We concur. Thank you, Nick Zito, who's going to send out Uncle Charlie's gift in the upcoming 7th here. We'll have Tyler Gaffleone aboard, who's already off to a hot start today.
He won the first 2 races of the day, the daily double. And Nick's horse here is getting better a little bit. Did not run bad last time out. Was 3rd after a bad stumble.
And that was the first start in a while off the bench. Let's go to Acacia.
And we'll start to the outside in this race with the number 11, Neuschwanstein, as this, I did know was a German castle, but learned from Andy Serling today, actually. It's the castle that you see in Sleeping Beauty. But this is a horse who came off of a layoff last time out running at Delaware and was a little bit of an odd trip. Beat by a heavy favorite that day, forwardly placed, and then kind of shuffling back and wide, finishing on the left lead, just really running like a horse that probably needed a race off the layoff, and that was about 5 months away. The winner did come back to win again with an 85 Beyer speed figure in his subsequent start. This is a very big horse, so I can understand how probably really just needed that last effort. Looks terrific in his coat, beautifully turned out for Kerry Bryan in here, taking a drop in class when coming back to the NYRA circuit, and I just think fits in this spot. Makes a lot of sense, especially picking up Irad Ortiz, which will not help your price. Now, the number 7, Raj, is the one coming off the big layoff, whereas your favorite has one race and a little bit of the recency, which I think is a big benefit. Raj comes back and not having run since February. Faced a very, very tough field that day, though, and even prior to that, actually beat Archangelo, eventual Belmont and Travers winner on debut down at Gulfstream Park before trying tough company as well in the Grade 3 Swale. So this is a horse that throughout his career has just faced salty competition. Coming back here, it's my first time laying eyes on him in the flesh. He's very sharp. He's gotten himself a little bit warm here in the paddock, so keep an eye on him because that's not something you love to see with horses coming back off layoffs, but he's incredibly fit, really well developed and muscled in his hind end, nicely tucked up, just hoping he can keep a lid on things since he has not run since February. The number 3 on the ledge broke his maiden last time out when he was off of a big layoff, but he was taking a big drop in class that day and just totally laid over the field. He won by 9.5 wrapped up, and while he did win impressively, he has been claimed and now comes back for Bruce Brown, and he definitely looks like he benefited from that race from fitness. I thought even in that effort he just didn't look 100% fit off the layoff, and he just was so much better as far as class. So he's a little bit more tucked up and defined today, but as he faces winners for the first time, he meets some decent company, and it's also his first time out of New York bred foes as well. We'll see if he can use that speed to his benefit once again, Greg.
Acacia, thanks. He's faced some good runners, before he went to the bench, and the figure he earned in that win coming back off a long time away, guys, relative to this group, if he can move forward off that, could be very tough.
Yeah, and you got to give credit to Bruce Brown, to claim a horse off that long of a layoff, to dip in for 30,000, and I like that he sticks the horse back in for 25, not getting too ambitious. Horse is getting played.
3-1 right now with Kendrick Carmouche back aboard. He was forward in that win, 4-5 that day. It's going to be a little bit tougher going, certainly getting winners for the first time here coming up, including the favorite outside, Neuschwanstein.
Wow.
If you've not seen it, look it up. It's the most gorgeous castle you will probably ever see out in Germany. And here's a look at performance at Delaware Park most recently.
The pace figures of this race early were extremely fast. This horse really ran early in the race, and so they did slow down a little bit, and the figure was a little bit underwhelming, at least for me, in that final speed figure. I think the race is actually a little bit better than it looks on paper because of how fast they ran early.
The horse that beat him, too, Paulie, has won 4 in a row. He was a 1-9 favorite and has run a lot of big figures.
Yeah, and we've seen Delaware racing struggle a little bit, but his race that he won at Laurel when he broke his maiden with Lasix for the first time, that plays here big time, and I can understand why he's 2-1. No, Neuschwanstein.
Neuschwanstein. I've learned more in the last 15 minutes on this set than I did the 3 months that I went to 9th grade.
I had thought that was the castle you went to recover in after some of your injuries.
Wow. Yeah, they keep me in a tower someplace.
Post right here coming up. We hear the call to post in the background for this 7th coming up. And we'll kick things off with Boom Boom Thunder. Wayne Potts.
Yeah, it's been running okay at Finger Lakes. Is going to have to improve despite dropping in for a claiming tag for the first time.
Big price next door. Pascal Moon has some good efforts on dirt, including a second to a talented horse named Lock and Key.
When you're trying to get creative to get a 17-to-1 shot home, horses switching barns is one of the things that can work.
On the ledge, here's the horse who was the impressive maiden winner last time out.
It came off an extended layoff over a year to get it done quite easily. He's never run a bad race.
Royal King, 8-1.
Yeah, Royal King, a horse that can show really high speed. I think probably could play out to be the speed of speed, particularly with Ricardo Santana Jr.
Muazzara, 20-1. Luis Saez aboard.
This horse runs, has a style like you'll appreciate, cutting back from that 6.5 to the 6.
I watched the Key and Peele skit, so I'm going to call this horse A.A. Raj.
Well, A.A. Raj is taking that precipitous drop in class. Getting class relief is huge here.
Beat Arcangelo, by the way, the Belmont Travers winner in his debut. Here's Uncle Charlie's gift, the Nick Zito runner.
Yeah, this horse ran an okay figure last time, was 7-1, wide all the way around there. We'll need to take a little bit of a step forward.
Big price next door. This is Excellent Men for David Jacobson.
Another one taking a big drop in class. You're getting a big price here. Named it for the guys I'm on set with here.
Love you, Mig. Giants Fire was distant second by a horse who ran a huge effort, got beat earlier today on the card.
Yeah, got claimed last time and is switching barns. The only problem is he's moving to a lower percentage operation.
And Noyesh von Stein on the outside, still the 2-1 favorite with a Rad Ortiz Jr.
Well, you get Irad, horse dropping in class, who has good speed but has that outside post, should be able to stalk and get a nice outside trip.
Let's go back to On the Ledge and take a look at that performance off the long layoff we were talking about with this horse who came back and was sharp early and then dominated.
Yeah, just went right to the front end from the 2-0. The thing about it is the kind of the word was out, right? I mean, in the 10-horse field, 80 cents on the dollar, they kind of knew that he was going to come out firing, Mig, and was the result.
Yeah, first time trying maiden claimers, even though it was an extended layoff. Michelle Nevin trained last time. Bruce Brown, a lot of confidence to step in. And now that we don't train at Aqueduct anymore, all the horses are congregated at Belmont and now on the training track, not on the main track. A lot of trainers get to watch their colleagues' horses train, and he must have been watching this horse like a hawk in the mornings.
When it comes to On the Ledge, sometimes they have a big breakout performance and you want to know, do I trust it? Where did it come from? I think it came from two places. One, I would suggest it probably came from the gelding. And the second place is getting in with maiden claimers, being able to make the lead and get comfortable and get brave on the front end. Maybe we're just dealing with a new horse.
3-1 second choice right now as we take a look here at the 8. So here's the Zito runner, Uncle Charlie's gift. And Paulie, you got to give this horse maybe a little extra credit. That performance last start, not a great beginning, and it was off a long layoff against Dillinger.
Yeah, Dillinger came back to run a good second today. I mean, kind of a horse that, or actually he runs a little later if I'm not mistaken, or later in the card. But, it was a good race last time. The issue is each time he's not broken well, and he needs to get out of the gate a little bit better. When he dropped for this 25, I'll be surprised if Nick keeps him today because he ran well last time, but he has to get out of the gate.
I agree. I got to tell you, I love Tyler Gaffleone staying on board. I think riders learn things about horses, and he could not look much better in the warm-up. That's as good a warm-up as you're going to see.
6-1 right now. Let's get more on this horse with Acacia.
And he did have a more quiet warm-up today, but as Richie mentioned, was moving beautifully out on the track. Now, last year when I saw him, this was a horse that would typically go away from the pony and warm up strongly, but last time out seeing him, he came back as a new gelding, and he just really looked like he needed that race. He was carrying a lot of extra weight. He was very heavy, and Today, much more fit, much more defined, and we'll see what he can do. I was a little bit dubious as far as the quality of that Dillinger race because he was taking such a big drop in class, but we saw, as Paul mentioned, Dillinger run so well earlier on today, and I just cannot get over the difference in Uncle Charlie's Gift from last time to today, and it just goes to show you how much more a race can count versus just workouts as far as a horse's fitness and their mentality as well. The number 2, Pascal Moon, first off the claim for Tom Morley. He did run very well 2 starts back, and he has some good races against New York Bred Allowance Company on the go back, but last time just very disappointed. He comes out of that same Dillinger race, and he did have trouble at the start. He kind of had his head turned at the beginning, and he did stumble, but then he just never really ran on at all after that. Now, you do see him getting pretty washy. That is normal for Pascal Moon. He's a horse that does get hot, got very washy last time out as well, so that's not a negative. That's just how he is. Just hoping he can channel that energy to getting out of the gate a bit better today, because I do think that that's really a key for him. Sometimes, especially horses at lower levels, if you take them out of their comfort zone, they don't necessarily have the mental fortitude to kind of overcome that and show a little bit of tenacity moving forward. So hopefully we'll get a chance to see Pascal Moon get out of the gate better today, Greg.
Yeah, look, the nature of this condition, you don't have a lot of consistency typically. And Pascal Moon has some races, the 2 horse at 15-1, that win this race, doesn't he? In the not too distant future? Or
well,
past, I mean?
And that's the point, I was trying to make earlier, is that sometimes when you see a horse who's got a nice race 9 back, sometimes a trainer change can be the thing that brings that back out of them. Trying something different. You could probably name a lot of different changes that can be made in the barn or with the horse that can make those changes happen.
And it's not always an indictment of former connections when a horse goes on to do good. I think it's just what you're saying, Jonathan, where they hit on something, a little tweak in the training, a little tweak in the feed program. Every barn has a style or a way of doing things. Sometimes it really agrees with a horse.
Even Paul, for you, just changing teams sometime, was it just something new that would wake you up?
I'll tell you the perfect example is Jason Worth. Changed the scenery. He was not getting any run with us with the Dodgers. He was, backing up in left field. They get traded to the Phillies, and boom, he takes off. He's a World Series champion. He's getting at bats every day. Sometimes change of scenery is great. And I'm in agreement with Jonathan because sometimes you're right. A horse can just click in another barn, and you just never know. I think the horse that we're forgetting about, and I know Rick Dutro's gotten off to a soft start, Raj. If you go back and you look at the 7, I mean, listen, there's a couple races to go to. This horse wins.
No question.
It's a
we
big
mentioned who he
class.
beat in his debut, Arcangelo, who'd go on to win, the Belmont and the Travers. He wasn't that horse quite yet when he met him. And he's taken a big class drop here too, JK.
Absolutely. I mean, a lot of these horses, dropping in. Whenever you're running protected and then you start running for a price tag, to me, that's significant. It says a lot about the intent. If you're running protected, that means that they don't want to lose you. If you're running for a tag, they understand the risk in which they're taking, and they are okay with that. I think that says a lot about what they feel about Raj.
Man, I hope Frank calls on that. Look up the Key and Peele skit if you've not seen it. Substitute teacher. It's worth watching. 2-1 favorite, Noyesh von Stein. Can he bring that Delaware for you? He ran in New York before. It didn't run all that well that day. It was a really tough group. Again, beat by a 1-9 favorite last time out. He is the one to beat on the board. Let's send it upstairs to Frank Miramati.
Last few runners left to load. Uncle Charlie's Gift. On the ledge will be next. Here's Moazara. Giants Fire. One more. They're in the gate. And they're off. A ride. Mirage is very quick. So is Neuschwanstein on the outside. At the rail, Boom Boom Thunder is close up in third. Now being passed by On the Ledge. On the Ledge, splitting the top pair and going right after them. Uncle Charlie's Gift with the red cap is in the mix too. Muazzara is next. Excellent Men has 5 lengths to make up. Giant's Fire is about 6 deep. The 2 trailers, Pascal Moon and Royal King at the back. 22-2 On the Ledge has made his way to the front, heading to the quarter pole. Neuschwanstein on the outside in second. At the rail, Araj has asked for a bit more. They're joined widest of all by Excellent Men. Excellent Men within a neck of the pace as the field turns for home. On the ledge, Neuschwanstein. On the inside comes Araj. In the center of the racetrack, it's Excellent Men in fourth. Just behind them, Uncle Charlie's Gift, Boom Boom Thunder, and from well out of it, Royal King has surfaced late. Neuschwanstein has the lead with a 16th of a mile to go, chased by Uncle Charlie's Gift on the ledge, and Royal King. It will be Neuschwanstein to win it. Photo for second, Araj and Uncle Charlie's Gift. Behind them, another battle between On the Ledge and Royal King.
The favorite with the win, and Rat Ortiz Jr. currently leading Ryder to meet. Better rack up as many as he can because it's tight with Flavien Prat, and he's going to be serving a 3-day suspension.
Yeah, tough to serve a suspension here in a 40-day meet, particularly with somebody as talented as Flavien breathing down your neck. But Neuschwanstein, if I'm saying that properly, apologies.
That was well done,
Yeah, okay. Set that trip that we talk about when you get outside and you got natural speed. He just put himself in the right spot.
You know what? Did the 7 come back on for a second? Because the 3 ran a heck of a race. Or the 7 come back on? It was a 3 that ran a banger of a race. No, it was a 7. Wow, but the 11 win the race? Yeah, the 7 got second. I can't believe the 7 came back on. But the 11 just always had them at their mercy. Big Gelding's son of Bayern, who won the Breeders' Cup Classic.
Yeah, this one was interesting because he didn't have his final speed figures didn't feel like he was going to be as dominant as he was in here, but his pace figure suggested that he was just running that last race in a inequitable way, just too fast early, got tired late. They ran a much smarter race this time around with Irad aboard, and now they're going to be getting their picture taken.
Like what Irad do turning for home. Last time this horse lingered on his left lead through the stretch. Irad angled out a little further, gave himself room to work with, and was able to angle him back in. He got over his proper lead about the 3/16 ball and kicked on. It's fun to watch riders when you know they've done their homework. You know he watched that last replay and turned for home and said, I'm going to give myself room to make sure I can get this horse to change leads.
I gotta think this horse got claimed today.
I'm going to say the first and third place finisher, and even the third place finisher, because I think On the Edge ran a little bit better. Kendrick, horse was on the edge. It didn't break well. Kendrick kind of like had to go and was around for a while too.
Try and find out for you who was taken and who might be heading to a new barn after this race. All in for that $25,000 claiming tag for sale. Sign up. We'll see if anyone bit. 2-1 favorite. Neuschwanstein with a victory. Rat Ortiz Jr. 27th winner of the meet. The leading rider at the meet. Prices from this one when we come back. Top sellers across the street. Monday and Tuesday night, there certainly were some fireworks. I'll show you who they were when we come back.
In the Pilgrim Stakes, they come on for the finish. Annapolis by a head.
It is Annapolis in front. It is Annapolis to win the Coolmore Turf Mile.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at nairabets.com.
Drain the Clock will win and win by as much as he wants. He'll win by 6 in the end.
It is Drain the Clock who will bound home the winner in the Bayshore. Drain the Clock, Jackie's Warrior, a terrific finish in the Woody Stevens that goes to Drain the Clock by a head.
Spine-tingling, jaw-dropping, awe-inspiring, secretariat-like.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Finding the right spot, Neuschwanstein gets the win, second off the layup, and happy to be joined by his trainer, Carrie Bryant. And Carrie, claimed today, but that's part of playing the game. And it looks like, I said, he just found the right spot today.
Yeah, look, we were looking to, drop him down in class, and what better place to do it. I talked to his owner, and he said, a winner in Saratoga would be a dream come true. So, we probably had to drop a little bit more here than we would have at home in Maryland, but nothing like winning in Saratoga, so it's worth it.
Absolutely, and you really could see how Irad Ortiz was riding him today. I noticed he had that cage fit on, didn't switch leads last time, and Irad really gave him space to do what he needed to do in the stretch.
Oh yeah, Irad just rode him beautifully. That's what I was hoping the ride we would get up here. When he won at Laurel with Victor Carrasco, he did the same exact thing, had to be out in the middle of the track. They talked this morning, and you can see he did the same exact thing, so that was great.
Doing his homework and doing it well. Now, people that watch our show may recognize you for winning a lot of the big steeplechase races here, but we've seen over the last couple of years the success you've had with flat horses as well. What does it mean to be successful in both, much like your mentor?
Well, for sure. That's what you always hope to be, half of what Jonathan Shepard was, right? And look, I'm very fortunate to have a lot of owners that have come with me on the flat as well as the jumps, and these are my first two flat winners, in Saratoga now. So it's really cool to, get on the big stage and, get your name out there. I think people don't only know me as the jumps trainer now, I'm hoping anyway.
Absolutely. Well, here's to many, many more. Congratulations.
Thanks very much.
In the right spot, Neuschwanstein. We'll see who gets him next, and I'm sure we'll have some more fun even next time saying that name again, Greg.
Yeah, I thought everyone did relatively well. This horse is going to a new barn, got claimed for $25,000, so we'll see if can continue things with the new barn. $6.10. 11-7-8 finish. Up next, it is our Wednesday feature, the Johnstone Mile Handicap, named after the former trainer, transitioned into the manager of racing operations for Nairo, passed away back in 2020 after a lengthy battle with cancer, who was universally beloved member of the racing community. Take a look at the field right now. Sterling Silver, Smokin' Hot Kitty, both at 8-5 on the board. And Mig, someone I know that you knew well.
Yeah, we had the pleasure of knowing Bruce from 1981 until he passed. Rode a lot of horses for him when he trained, and he trained for Villa Blanca Stable back in the 80s. Some really good horses, Secretame and Raisin Dance, Viva Sec, a lot of good horses, nice horse named American Standard. And then later on, when I went to work for the New York Racing Association after I retired, he and I shared an office for several years. Not only was a dear friend, in some ways became like a big brother. Me and him had some very deep conversations, not just about horses and racing, but about life. And he's a really wonderful human being and a very underrated horse trainer.
Race named in his honor coming up next in our Wednesday feature in this Johnstone Mile. There were some big fireworks across the street Monday and Tuesday with the Fasig-Tipton Saratoga sale. It's a sale where you could find the stars of tomorrow. And 6 yearlings in the opening day session go for 7 figures, over $500,000 average to kick things off.
Yeah, it was exciting. You look at the numbers there, 3.4 million to Not This Time Colt, and there's, the list goes on.
Who's going to land in the Bob Baffert barn?
Yeah, would likely, with Donato Lani signing the ticket, that typically leads to Bob Baffert. But yeah, it's just a bunch of big numbers and people hoping to find something special.
That's what it is, too, right? It's the dream. You're looking at the best bred horses with the best conformation picked out by a crackerjack team from Fasig-Tipton to select who gets in the select sale. And John Stewart, right, Resolute Racing, almost $7 million in purchases. I mean, you know, everybody's trying to get that big horse. It takes one to get you to that Triple Crown, the Derby, and they've sold Triple Crown winners, Fasig-Tipton, in the past as well.
And, yeah, you buy these big pedigrees, especially with the Colts. You're thinking 3-year-old season. Bob Afford was not shy about it. He said, that's why we wanted this horse. We want to go to the Derby with him.
Listen, if
We'll see.
you're spending that much money on Colts, your dream is the Kentucky Derby. Because if you want residual value, you're going to spend money on the fillies, and you're going to get that value back when they sell back as broodmares if they're actually good. If you get a Colt and the Colt's not as good, there goes that $3.4 million. But if that $3.4 million Colt ends up winning a Grade 1, there goes the moon.
If they got the pedigree to sell for 3.4, they got the looks to sell for 3.4. You round off, you hit a couple of Grade 1s along the way, you're going to get a stallion situation out of a horse like that. So while it seems like it could, some people will be like, wow, it seems like a lot. You're hoping. Yeah, it's a lot. But if it works out, I mean, these horses could be worth $50, $60, $70 million.
Sure. That was a sale update. Did we get party updates? What happened that night after the sale?
I didn't leave my house for 2 days afterwards.
I was in Long Island.
That was 1 to 9 that was going to happen. We're going to take a timeout. You get a race named after you at Saratoga. You were a pretty good one. And that's the case with Wise Dan. We'll tell you his story. Of course, that one's going to be run on Saturday. We'll be back.
The highest honor in any sport is to be inducted into the Hall of Fame. Those who enter these hallowed halls bear witness to greatness, as the horses enshrined within are known as the Great Ones, the Immortals. With just 4 crops to race, Horse of the Year Gunrunner has sired 10 Grade 1 winners and 13 millionaires, which has him poised to etch his name alongside the greatest stallions of the modern era. Gunrunner.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage in this special place. Historic Saratoga Racecourse in upstate New York. Approaching the 18-minute mark to the Wednesday feature. Take a look at what's to come during Week 5. John Morrissey coming up tomorrow. We see Rodney back in action. Evan Shipman, Union Avenue on Friday, and a big one on Saturday, including the 4-star Dave, Saratoga Derby, and Saratoga Special. Well, what a runner, what a career, and what a job trainer Charles Lopresti did training Wise Dan through it all. 19 graded stakes victories, 11 grade ones, and as amazing as he was on the lawn, some might forget, he was also a grade 1 winner on the dirt and grade 3 winner sprinting on synthetic. Wise Dan was a rare star who could truly do it all.
Well, we got him when he was a baby, and we broke him. He did everything right, but he was a big, gangly kind of colt. He really started to show some promise, and he acted like he could be a really nice kind of horse. I can't say that I knew he was going to be that kind of horse. It was better than we ever dreamed.
And they're off in the Clark handicap. It was a very level beginning.
You know, first time I rode him, basically he was strong, but he did let me do what I wanted to do and waited into the quarter pole and finally let him loose. And while I let him loose, he went on to win in the dirt, by the way.
Inside the final furlong now, and it is Wise Dan and John Velasquez who go to a lead of 2 lengths. Inside the final 16th, it is Wise Dan clearing away to take the Clark handicap.
When he was on the muscle, I wouldn't do very much with him, you know, so it just give and take with him and see how his personality was on that day, and that's how I got along with him.
You know, Johnny he used to tell me, he said he knows how to win, and that was the big thing about Wise Dan. I think no matter what, no matter the track condition, post position, what happened in the race, he knew how to win races, and he got along with him. He knew him, and they had a great relationship.
And Wise Dan strikes the front, sticks his neck out. He wanted to win today, and win it he will.
He was unstoppable that year. When we went to Breeders' Cup with him, I mean, when he trained out there at Santa Anita, he couldn't train any better. He shipped out there beautiful. You know, just everything just kind of built up to the end of the season, and it ended up that year to be perfect.
2012 Horse of the Year, Wise Dan.
This horse has made me so happy that I can't even express it in words.
He loved Saratoga. I love Saratoga. He just thrived up there. I mean, he was a legend up there.
And now it is Wise Dan who's taken the lead. Wise Dan in front.
A good horse like him going from track to track, different surfaces, and put his heart and soul to it, he's definitely a very special horse.
Wise Dan has called on all his class, and Wise Dan has won it.
It was just incredible, you know, everything that went along with it with Mr. Fink, a small breeder with just one mare, to turn out a horse like that, to do what he did time and time again. He never disappointed. It was just a dream come true to have that second year to turn out the way it did.
And they're off. Wise Dan breaks last. Wise Dan far outside. Wise Dan coming after Cyan and Grand Arch. Wise Dan gets his head in front.
He had a little bump. It was some swelling on his tendon, and we scanned it, and there were some minor tears there. I just couldn't run him like that. I mean, it was a tough decision to make. It was the right decision to make. We decided to bring him home because this is where he was raised, this is where he was broken, this is home for him.
I have visited him on the farm, and basically they do have it in the backyard. I mean, they have a big pen in there. You know, him and his brother live together, but they don't come that often. You know, it's definitely one of the lifetime, at least for me. You know, even right in this many years, I don't think I'll see another one. I guess I get lucky to get something like that, but definitely a special horse.
That horse brought a lot of joy to a lot of people, and I met a lot of nice people, and I'm a small trainer, didn't have many horses, so to have a horse like that was, you know, it was just a gift from above that horse was put in my hands and that it turned out the way it turned out.
He was the man indeed. What a special horse. And what a job Charles Lopresti did with him, taking care of him as well. As you heard in that piece, 2020 Hall of Fame inductee and 2-time Horse of the Year.
He was a really good horse on all 3 surfaces. He was the kind of horse that I remember talking to Charlie about him, and I was very fortunate to watch him win a couple of the miles there at Keeneland. The Maker's Mark mile was on the turf course one day, and I'll never forget. He was just such a smart and unbelievable animal. I remember talking to Charlie saying, I said, why are you always running him on turf? He goes, I want to keep him sound because I know he's faster on dirt. He might kind of remind me a little bit of Zenyatta. I know that they thought they were faster on dirt, but he was a monster on synthetic turf. It didn't matter. He ran 117 Byron synthetic.
Just would show up, run on any surface, earned over $7.5 million. Be nice to own a horse
to be
like
that consistent too at the grade 1 level, just remarkable.
Yeah, the 11 grade 1s jumps off the screen. I mean, that's hard to do. It's hard to win one.
And his half brother could run too, Casino Dan.
We're going to get to that race coming up this weekend. Some big names lining up at this year's, I'm thinking 4-Star Dave, a race he won twice. One of them he won by 5 lengths, by the way. But that 4-Star Dave, of course, coming up this weekend. This 8th race, Johnstone Mile. Mile race where the 8-5 favorite Sterling Silver, 3-time winner already in stakes against New York Reds. Can she add another? Let's go to Acacia.
And she does have a ton of class to her name, Sterling Silver, who throughout her career has been quite consistent. She comes out of a race in the Grade 2 Honorable Miss where it looked on paper like there could be an honest pace that she might actually benefit from. But the pace held together with Spirit Wind wiring the field that day. Now, watching her warm up last time, I thought that for her standards, one that sometimes can kind of drop weight a little bit, look a little peaked in her hindquarters. She was really carrying her weight very well. It's just that she had been so quiet in the preliminaries. Now, she does look a little bit more alert in the paddock here. I'm going to watch her warming up, but she's still very laid back. She, like I said, is definitely carrying great condition even still. I don't mind her at the mile. I always felt that the 7 furlongs to a mile was kind of her sweet spot, and she does have a good closing kick, and there should be some pace in here for her to get the right kind of setup. So like I said, I'm going to watch her in the warm-up, but she definitely has some class going back into a state-bred race after trying open graded stakes company and being successful in some of those tougher groups throughout her career. Now, kind of the now horse is the 3 Smoking Hot Kitty, and I have to give credit to Horacio de Paz because for much of her career, she was sprinting on the turf, and that's what her pedigree says. That's what she looks like physically, but she has now kind of found her new home going long on the dirt and stretching that speed. And I spoke to Kendrick Carmouche after his win aborder last time out, which was going 9 furlongs, and he said they'd been kind of playing around with the equipment. She used to wear a cage bit. Now it's just a ring bit, a touch softer. She wears that extension blinker fully covering her right eye and a short cup cheater blinker on the left. Those are the set of blinkers that she's been wearing for quite some time now. And that really helps Kendrick, who's gotten to know her very well, to keep her straight, keep her relaxed as well. And he just handles her so beautifully. I give them credit for taking a shot here in this spot, Greg. She's in great form right now.
Yeah, Smoking Hot Kitty, the 4's won 4 of her last 5. We'll have more in this field after we're joined by a new audience in just a few seconds. Welcome to those just joining us on Bally Sports SoCal. Those already with us on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. You're watching Saratoga Live, coverage of the premier meet in the country with our Wednesday feature. Coming up next, the Johnstone Mile handicap, fillies and mares 3 and up going a mile. Look at the field, current odds, and Sterling Silver, 3-time stakes winner against New York Bred Company, trying to add another one to the resume for the Hall of Fame barn of Bill Mott. She is 8-5, Smoking Hot Kitty. For the new audience joining us, may not have heard, she's won 4 of her last 5. She's a former $30,000 claim, JK. Things have worked out pretty good.
Yeah, you got to feel good about that claim, the way that she's been rattling off performances. And I've got no problem with her as an individual, Smoking Hot Kitty, but I think the 2, Sterling Silver, right in front of her there is going to be very tough to beat.
Smoking Hot Kitty's the kind of horse that, you know, she's on the engine early, which means she's going to be probably in front or be forwardly placed. I would think the 1 has to keep her company early, Richie. I mean, that's the only other mare in here that has kind of any speed that can maybe keep up with the 3.
Yeah, but, you know, with Kendrick, and Kendrick is a guy who he seizes a race. He'll put a horse on the lead, basically almost dare you to say, you know, you want to go with me? We're going to go. And that usually backs other people off, you know, when you're that resolute about a plan.
They want to go. That's the game. I mean, that's how she's been successful. She has been able to sit just off. You have another one. That 4, I know, a huge long shot, probably not good enough to win in here, but is stretching out as well, you got to think they want to be forward with that filly.
Stretching out and not as fast as Sterling Silver. Give me the stretch out that's fast. The 2 Sterling Silver.
Great spot to catch all the action there. The 1863 Club. No better vantage point to see him coming down the stretch. As we approach the 8-minute mark to post. Coming onto the track here for our Wednesday feature, this Johnstone Mile handicap. And we'll start things off in a minute with Sunset Louise, who, you know, last summer had some success here at Saratoga with a gate-to-wire win. And Jose Ortiz was on board for that run of, 3 in a row she put together. I know a couple of them at Belmont, one of them here, back aboard today.
Yeah, she's got some early speed. She'd probably want to use it from the inside and try to wire this field.
The favorite, she's 3-2. She's faced the best filly mare sprinters in the country, Sterling Silver.
Yeah, 5th in the honorable miss last time out, and now Junior Alvarado will stick for the 2nd time, this mare by Cupid.
Talk about going good right now. Smoking hot kitty. She's won 4 of her last 5 and 2 in a row.
She is, but she ran extremely fast last time, a number that's a little bit higher than she typically runs. I don't quite trust it.
Dylan Davis, Maggie's Palace for trainer Jimmy Ryerson.
Yeah, this one, not a bad win last time out in the state bred. Now going to step up into bigger company here. And like you said, could show some speed, but she's up against it here.
And battle-tested Buston Bay for Linda Rice. She's won over 780,000 in her career.
Yeah, 13 wins. She just doesn't seem to be running the same speed in her races. The last 2 figures a little bit light. Makes me wonder if she's going the wrong direction.
Well, the favorite, there she is, 3-2, Sterling Silver. She shares the same barn with a horse who has burst onto the scene ever since getting to Saratoga during that Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. Stamped himself as a serious horse, and then he proved, JK, he could do it in top-level company in the Whitney.
He sure did. On Belmont Stakes Festival, it felt like he kind of got everything his own way against lesser. So he ran a fast number, but was it really that good? Well, what he did in the Whitney proved to me that it was that good. He was sensational in the Whitney. And he's definitely the older horse leader in the clubhouse as far as the Classic is concerned.
I concur. he was good. I didn't see him being able to clear the quality of field that he was facing in the Whitney from that post, and there was other speed signed on, and he outran them at every point of call. And then he dumped Junior on the gallop out. And Junior was unbelievable to stay, not fall completely, land on his feet, and pull him up from his feet.
We might see him again, too, at the meet. The plan was Jockey Club Gold Cup all along. They wanted a prep. The Whitney was the prep for the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Yeah, you just, as you see the 2 warming up there, your favorite Sterling Silver, maybe Arthur's Ride rubbed a little of that gray on her. Maybe she'll get get through the winner's circle. But to get back to Arthur's Ride, just thing for me is like you just don't see horses do what he did. He did it. He did his best imitation of Nick's Go. It was crazy. He ran them off their feet. When you run them off their feet like that and you're so much the best in that field, which was loaded with talent, that was impressive.
Yeah, you said it a lot with that horse, JK. Nick's Go, the faster he went, the better for him.
Oh, yeah, Nick's Go is one of those horses, in my opinion, going a mile and an eighth. He would be better off going 45 and change than he would be going 49 and change. That was his weapon. His weapon was speed, getting other horses tired, chasing him. He was sensational.
And they get everybody drunk chasing you, and some horses don't change gears. They'll doggedly try to maintain that high cruising speed.
Well, as for his stablemate here, 6-5. She obviously, JK, has faced so much better than everybody else in this group. Is just the question mark? And you seem like you didn't seem too concerned with the mile distance.
Oh, it's definitely the question mark. But for me, horses, I don't have problems with them having to answer questions if they're the best horse in the field, because sometimes that class will just carry them home. Yeah, I mean, look, she ran well enough going 7. Do I think when facing horses that she's better than, going that extra furlong is going to be a problem for her. I'm not too concerned. Richie, I don't know if you see something different by the way she's running.
No, listen, she's run against much better. She's going to find this field much easier. And listen, somebody much smarter than me years ago told me any horse can go any distance if you give him enough time to do it.
Kind of true. I mean, I could run a mile. It's just going to take me about 8 or 9 minutes.
Even money, you could beat 8 minutes. Sterling Silver, very short price in here. Junior Alvarado will be aboard.
It's the best I've ever seen her look. This is the most energy, the most animated in her stride. She's never looked this good from what I can recollect.
And, the filly mare behind her is interesting because what do you do with Bustin' Bay as we're looking at the 3 now, Smoking Hot Kitty? The 5 runs a mile and 1/8 race to a 5.5 furlong race. Now we're back to right in the middle with the mile race. Now Smoking Hot Kitty is cutting back from a mile and 1/8 race where she just decimated that field with a nice number. Now, will she run back to this? This was on July 18th, and she just controlled the race and just dominated it from start to finish, Richie.
Yeah, listen, she's got a winning habit right now. It's 4 for last 5, and the only defeat in that 5-race scheme was on the turf. She's a dirt horse.
Cutting back, doing this at a mile and 1/8, cutting back to a mile, obviously fitness is not going to be a concern. Is it just class?
Yeah,
she classes up?
Is she as good as Sterling Silver, who has faced the best of her generation, more recently and handled herself extremely well?
Talked about this barn. So claim that Smoking Hot Kitty for $30,000, and first off the claim, changed things up. Put blinkers on, eventually moved to dirt as well, and the blinkers have certainly helped Smoking Hot Kitty as we see 4-5 favoritism now on Sterling Silver, the 2. Let's go back to Acacia.
Yeah, and just to clarify on Smoking Hot Kitty, it's not regular blinkers. It is an extension blinker, as I mentioned back in the paddock. So right eye fully covered on Smoking Hot Kitty, and that is really one of the things that has helped with the equipment. But as far as the 5 Bustin' Bay is concerned, now it was an off-the-turf race sprinting last time. She wants no part of going 5 furlongs. This is a much better distance for her. She was second best to Venti Valentine in the Critical Eye 2 starts back, and I had been a bit concerned because she'd gotten totally washed out before that race. And then last time out, she just really didn't fire. Yes, it was a bit too short, but she looks tremendous today. She's much calmer. She's not overly hot. She warmed up nicely, all dappled out today as well. So this is the right conditions for her. I do wonder what kind of trip she'll get, but she is well posted to the outside to see how the pace does play out to her inside. And a lot of it depends on the one, Sunset Louise, who used to have a lot of early speed. Lately, we just haven't been seeing that from her. She was off slow last time in the Critical Eye. She was totally out-footed. She just kind of ran in place. She used to show speed and run fast races that would make her certainly one to beat in here, but we just haven't seen them as of late. As far as Sunset Louise, last time out, she was very dull in her coat and in her energy. That's not the case today. She looks great. I just don't know if I trust her to potentially turn things around. We've got to see her break out of the gate better. And to wrap up thoughts on the 2, Sterling Silver, as touched on earlier, she was a horse that was very quiet in the preliminaries last time. As Richie mentioned, she woke up a lot out on the track. It took her a little time to get going in the warm-up, but Junior Alvarado took her away from the pony and really got her going beautifully out there on the track. So very pleased with what I'm seeing from your favorite, Greg.
They've tried some huge spots with this mare, Sterling Silver. She was in the Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Sprint back in 22. She's running the Grade 1 Madison, Derby City Distaff. They obviously think pretty highly of her.
Well, no, they do. Yeah, I was going to just say my concern, if there is a concern, and I'll leave it open to whichever one you guys wants to grab it, is that I'm not crazy about like late running sprinters stretching out, thinking they're definitely going to appreciate. I wish she showed a little bit more tactical speed to stay a little bit. I hope she's closer in this race.
Well, if you look at her races, she's broken last in every single one of her races. If you look, 5 of 5, 6 of 6. Okay, I'm sorry, 8 out of 10, 8 of 8, 6 out of 7, 9 out of 9. She just breaks dead last. She's going to fall out of the gate. So that's the concern with her.
Still, we expect to see a couple go at it in near MIG, and that would play to her benefit.
Well, you got, Bruce Savine's got some speed from the inside with Sunset Louise. Smoking Hot Kitty she wants to run up on the pace. She has that extension blinker, so they always got to be careful to make sure she sees the break with the eye that's not covered with that blinker. That's how horses get left at the gate, but obviously Kendrick Carmouche's fit her extremely well. Even Bustin' Bay at times can show speed. Maggie's Palace coming out of sprint. She doesn't class up, but she's got some speed.
There's the favorite stepping in, Sterling Silver. Odds on for our Wednesday feature in the Johnstone Mile. Let's go to Frank Miramati.
Bustin' Bay will be the last one to load, following Maggie's Palace. Here's Bustin' Bay. Right up to the gate. Goes in. And they're off. Even start. Sunset Louise is hard ridden for early speed, but does come away with the lead. Smokin' Hot Kitty is second in the opening stages, and they're followed by Sterling Silver, racing on the inside of Bustin' Bay. Maggie's Palace just in front of Bustin' Bay. Onto the backstretch, and it's Sunset Louise, leading the way by a length with Smokin' Hot Kitty in second. The opening quarter went in 24 seconds flat. Sterling Silver tucked in neatly along the rail in third, followed by Maggie's Palace, 3.5 or so off them, getting a little nudge, and 3 more to Bustin' Bay. It's Sunset Louise the target, a length and a half in front of Smokin' Hot Kitty. At the rails, Sterling Silver bottled up at this stage, just 2 lengths off the pace, however, and keeping pace with the front-running Sunset Louise. In the meantime, Maggie's Palace inches up on the outside, takes third, as Smokin' Hot Kitty is up to take the lead. There goes Smokin' Hot Kitty trying to make a decisive move in 47-2, but Sterling Silver is absolutely loaded and just waiting for a spot. Maggie's Palace on the outside is currently second there at the top of the stretch. Smokin' Hot Kitty, Sterling Silver comes through on the inside. She's been wanting to go for some time, and she's going to blow them away. Sterling Silver just goes into another gear, and she's going to run them off their feet. A potential double-digit score for Sterling Silver, waltzing home. Maggie's Palace got second. Smokin' Hot Kitty was third.
Flowed down to a crawl in the stretch, and she was waiting for room for a while, too. I mean, this was incredibly dominant by Sterling Silver.
Yes, she was all dressed up with no place to go the entire far turn. Junior had 2 armfuls of horse waiting for a spot. Got that spot when the rail opened up and just was gone in a twinkling.
Paul, when he drops her down to the rail right here, kind of pulls the rein to the inside and holds that position, I can't think of a move that I've seen a horse go from third to first that fast. She exploded through that hole.
Yeah, she did. She was just waiting. You could see her ears go up in mid-stretch, too, after he just shook the reins for a little bit, but no doubt about it. Got that coveted position right there in that pocket, and you know what? The one changed the game. You know, when Sunset Louise went, it kind of took Smokin' Hot Kitty out of her game.
Richie, with what you just saw from her, do you think Bill Mott starts to think, oh, well, maybe we try to keep her going a little bit longer? I know that she's been sprinting, but the way she ran here, seemed like she would go a little bit further.
I think you got to give her another opportunity for sure. You know, she's a 5-year-old mare now, too. Some horses that are more sprinter types earlier in their career, as they get older, they stretch out more successfully. And the fact that she was able to get position, Paul, that was the key. She didn't lag. She was right up in behind the pace.
There you see Bill Mott, who's just having a tremendous meet, obviously, with Arthur's Ride winning. But she broke. This is the best she's broke in a long time, Greg, and she got that position right there on the rail. And J.K. said in the middle of the race, wow, she's up there on the pace. This race is over, and it was over.
And sometimes I think when you have horses like this that are sprinters that break a little bit slow, that slow break is exaggerated because you got the fastest horses in the world running away from you, so it looks like you're breaking a lot slower. When you're running against these route types, you know, that doesn't. It's not as drastic when she popped away from there. Maybe a step slower than you know, these fast sprinters.
Interesting too that Tommy Albatrani, who trained her through much of her career, was assistant trainer to Bill Mott for a very long time, particularly you know, through the years when horses like Cigar were in his stable. So nice to see Tommy Albatrani retired. He turned it over to his former boss, and now she's earned over $800,000 in earnings.
She's had some big races in her career. And I know the Final Time's not going to tell the story here at all because she was geared down late. She was bottled up for a lot of this race. This might be the best race she's ever run.
Yeah, she got disqualified from the Gallant Bloom, and she was monstrous that day. I think she's gotten back to that spot. And I think she's one of those fillies that maybe Mr. Mott was thinking, you know what, she doesn't break that well. Maybe we don't want to go too far. If she's cured her gait issues, I think she can go farther and farther.
2 today for Junior Alvarado. This was impressive from the class of the field. Sterling Silver wins it odds on in the feature, the Johnstone Mile handicap. Still have the nightcap to come, and we have a superstar we're going to see this weekend. Fastest 5.5 furlongs ever run on the grass in North America the last time we saw him. What will we get this time around in the Troy? Stay with us.
The classic looks of a two-turn type, yet the precocious brilliance of an undefeated G1 2-year-old.
Maxfield, a breathtaking run at the top of the stretch.
Maxfield. He took it to the max in his chosen field. Now you need a mini Maxfield in your chosen field. His first yearlings are selling now. Maxfield. Classic looks and precocious brilliance. Darley.
Why do the most successful owners, breeders, and horsemen select the Green Group as their tax advisor? We simply save them money. Over the past 40 years, founder Leonard Green has owned and bred some of the best racehorses in the history of the sport. His hands-on industry knowledge, combined with cutting-edge tax-saving strategies, has produced positive results for his clientele and has made the Green Group the top-rated accounting and tax firm in the business. For a confidential and complimentary consultation, contact us at 732-634-5100 or visit our website at www.greenco.com. The Green Group, proven strategies to save you taxes.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on our Wednesday coverage on Fox Sports 2 regional networks out in Southern California. You're watching Saratoga Live, presented by the official betting app of Saratoga, Naira Bets. Go to NairaBets.com, get signed up, and play with us all summer long. Sterling Silver, this was impressive. Our Fasig-Tipton Winter Circle lead-in, brought to you by the New York Bred Yearling Sale, showcasing New York's finest yearlings, August 11th and 12th. Where will you be? Let's go to Acacia in the Winter Circle.
And happy to be joined by winning trainer Bill Mott as Sterling Silver gets the victory. Bill, you could see that Junior was just waiting for some clear racetrack. He had a lot of horse.
Right, I think she actually liked the mile distance today. We had run her shorter, a couple times, and this seemed to be a good spot for her. We came back in 10 days off 10 days rest, and that's always a little bit risky. You never know if they're going to have enough energy to finish up as well as she did today, but she did. So
yeah, she certainly did. She had great energy out on the track in the warm-up. Was that something she'd been showing you leading into this?
She's a high energy filly, but you never know when you wheel one back that quickly. They can act good and sometimes they'll throw a dull race, but it didn't bother her today.
Certainly not. She showed her class out on the track, and we saw class this past weekend in the Grade 1 Whitney with Arthur's Ride. How did he come out of the race?
He looks good. He was back on the track this morning, and we were pleased with the way he went. I mean, he seems like he's been eating up well and seems good around the barn. So maybe there's another one left for him.
We look forward to that and look forward to seeing him again. But congratulations with a nice win with Sterling Silver.
Thank you very much.
Bill Mott with the Hot Barn. I was joking with him. He said in an interview, I said, well, that's what happens when you keep winning all these stakes, Greg.
Had a lot of really good moments at this meet, including that Whitney win, which we talked about earlier with Arthur's Ride. We might see him again in the Jockey Club Gold Cup. $3.50 for the win for Sterling silver, now a 4-time stakes winner against New York Bred Company.
And again, we've been talking about purchase prices that we saw. Another horse, $13,000 at the sale. That's been kind of the theme of the meet. We've seen horses that have been short prices that have, at the sale running.
Now over $800,000 in earnings.
Crazy.
Pretty good return on investment.
Yeah, it's also sold by Fasig Tipton as well. Guys, we got to start shaking the bushes. We got to have a Saratoga Live or race day stable. I'm in.
I think I've been wrong in saying this. I've been saying Torpedo Anna is the most dominant horse in any division in the sport right now. It might be Cogburn. Cogburn is special. Last time we saw him in the Jaipur at Saratoga, again, the fastest time ever run on the grass at 5.5 furlongs in North American history. Sub 1 minute for 5.5 furlongs.
My thing is think of how long they've been racing here. Okay, just think about that. Since 1863.
Yeah.
I mean, and this horse broke a track record. And they run so many 5.5 furlong races or whatever, but this was insane, the time. When they clicked up the time, I'm like, that can't be real.
It's the fastest 5.5 furlongs I've ever seen in my eternity in this game. To break a minute for 5.5 is just sensational. And look at the separation. To put this kind of separation in a grade 1 turf sprinting, you have less time to put that separation, and he just dusted them.
He wasn't all in at the wire either to run that fast. I mean, he's gotten really good. And there's not a trainer I could think of who I would rather see Cogburn be in their barn because of what they've done with sprinters in the past than Steve Asmussen, right? Matoli, Jackie's Warrior. And when you start naming his sprinters, you start to panic because you know you're forgetting someone really good.
Yeah.
And that just happened to me just now.
Kofefi. We can keep on going on.
Well, Kofefi was Brad.
Kofefi was Brad Cox.
Yeah.
But yeah, you can go on and on with the sprinters that he's had. Obviously, Skelly right now, but Jackie's Warrior, yeah, you can lose track.
So fun to watch. I mean, he just his blitzed that field last time out. He loved Saratoga. Can anyone pose a threat to this horse?
Look, I suppose, in turf sprints, which makes them so exciting, I think, a step slow away from there, in behind horses, someone getting loose, getting shuffled, those things can happen in turf sprints, but he's so tactical that he's supposed to work out his own trip regardless of the situation.
I just don't know. I mean, I can't remember the last time I've seen a turf sprinter run over 100 buyer, let alone 111, 112 buyers here.
5 for 6 on the turf lifetime. Yeah, 111 buyer, which might be a little light for what he got in that performance last time out. That is coming up, the rescheduled Troy with Cogburn. We will see this weekend. We're going to take a timeout. When we come back, talk about dominant here at Saratoga. They've won 8 of the last 9 riding titles here, and Arad trying to win his 3rd in a row. We'll meet the Ortiz brothers when we come back.
They're off in the Naira Benz Haskell.
In the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Dornock setting up moderate pace, 3/4 of a length ahead.
Right as the field turns for home. Mind frame on the outside. It's coming after Dornock.
They're at it again. The 2 Belmont first and second place finishers
will be Dornock to win the Belmont Stakes.
Dornock wins the Haskell.
Vaya, que bien le da.
Suénename.
Every single sport that we play, we compete. We play this game every day.
Who you think is gonna be the winner there? We never face each other against each other. We never did.
Like now.
Like now, yeah. ¿Energy de qué? ¿Energy de qué? First of all, it's very fun to share your success with your brother. We spend together more than 15 hours a day.
We know how to manage business and life, real life, so that's pretty good. When we understand that, we have a line right there, it's perfect.
Despite how close the brothers are, sometimes their competitive nature lends itself to some tense moments.
We've been very heated moments. We curse a lot and say a lot about words in Spanish.
When we was younger, we never throw punches, but we've been so close.
Yeah. We don't talk about races before the race runs.
It's fun. It's
Ira is very quiet, like you cannot say nothing. It's like on his own, and
I don't want to know anything about his thing.
yeah, it's very fun when you can outsmart the competition. I have to think how he thinks to try to beat him. It's very hard to a rider like Ira try to read his mind before he does it because he's so unpredictable. He's one of the best, and I think he has made me better.
Sometimes I come over to Jose, what you will do different if you ride the race again? He say, nothing. I say, are you sure? Because I have another mind, I see something different that probably he don't see. It's like the same thing happened to me.
While the brothers push each other to be better riders on the track, Arad credits Jose with making him the man he wants to be away from it.
He used to be too on the muscle, like too keen, and I tell him he need to calm down and think before he do things and say things. He start winning like crazy and start winning all the Eclipse Awards. And I told him just, my job is to keep you grounded and keep you doing the right thing.
As a person, I think he made me better. He's so good at some things that I'm not. So I try to get whatever I can get of him to make me better in that part of the racetrack.
He's been working, so he's been doing a lot better, become a better person, a better father, better son, and everything. So it's nice to see that.
Always gonna have him. He's my brother, he's my blood. I love him.
Their horse racing version of Fire and Ice. Arad and Jose Ortiz Jr., they won 8 of the last 9 riding titles here. And Jose Ortiz, he won an Eclipse Award, Mig. Arad said, what do I need to do to be on that stage? He's won 5 of the last 6 Eclipse Awards, his outstanding rider.
And he works at it. You know, he's still out every morning. He doesn't rest on his laurels, and he loves riding. But the two brothers, they're phenomenally talented. They've got that work ethic that you need to be a champion and to stay a champion. And we've had some great brother combinations, riding, partners, Eddie and Sam Maple, Chris and Greg McCarron, so many over the years. Nothing that can compare to the Ortiz brothers.
Yeah, this is something I compared it to the Williams sisters at the same height at their career. And it's probably a little bit unbiased because probably Serena was a little better than Venus. And you could argue that maybe Irad's a little bit better than Jose, but I don't even want to go there, to be honest with you, because they're both just phenomenal riders. Irad a little bit more aggressive, Jose a little bit more passive. That's just the way they are in life, generally.
The best way I can explain it, many years ago, you had two of the best riders hailing out of Puerto Rico, Angel Cordero, arguably the greatest rider in history, and Eddie Belmonte. They're the versions of them. Irad's Angel and Jose is Eddie Belmonte. Even though their styles, the way they do things, their approach, I think it's uncanny. Those are the two comparisons I can make.
And JK, we see it. I mean, every single race with Arad, he has that Mamba-like mentality that Kobe Bryant had.
Yeah, well, they're just so competitive, and I think it's probably growing up with a brother that's close in your age, and so you're doing all these things together, and you learn how to compete. I think a lot of times with young kids, when it comes to all athletics, a lot of them have talent, but the one thing that separates the great ones from the good ones, the average ones, is their level of competitiveness. They're understanding how to compete. Irad and Jose clearly know how to compete, and they've made this room a better jockey's room because of that.
think the other part of it too, Greg, is they don't take a race off. And that's something in my career I wish I was better at, and I think a lot of people are. A Tuesday, playing the Pirates, you're down 8-0. You know what, I really don't care about this at bat. Not happening with the Ortiz brothers. It might be a Wednesday here, claiming 15,000 on 2. Irad and Jose are on horses. So, and they're trying to win that race. And I think that concentration level for both of them has crossed them, made them obviously two of the best in the game.
Incredible drive. 40 maiden claiming race to close out this Wednesday card, meant for the turf. Main track now at a mile, and the favorite, Riverwalk, the 6 at 9-5. Let's go to Acacia.
You want to save Riverwalk for trackside and see how he warms up. But we'll take a look starting off with the 2 Rob Atras runners coming in here, one of which is a main track only, the number 11, Bearings. Comes in, gets back on the main track, the surface in which he started. And I have not actually seen this horse since his debut, so not a ton to really compare on. But he comes back as a gelding, which I was very intrigued by because in his first race, he had been a horse that really carried a lot of weight and was quite heavy. He's definitely grown a lot. But he's off of a layoff, hasn't run since March, and seeing him here, he's quite hot in the paddock. I do wish he was carrying a little bit more muscle mass and conditioning. I just really think that he needs this race perhaps to strengthen off the layoff. He certainly has races that would make him competitive in here, and he's gotten on his toes. Like I said, I was just hoping to see a little bit more condition off the bench. The number 5, Bounteous, has been running on the main track recently, also for Rob. I can see why they would try the turf again with him. He's a little bit more of an angular type of build in the way that he's put together, and oftentimes those types just have an easier time of it on the grass, easier to push off, easier in the way that they move. I do wish he looked a little bit better in his coat, to be completely honest with him in here, but he's a horse that I do think could potentially find himself in the right spot, staying in, has some decent dirt races, but needs to get out of the gate as well. And again, just being a little bit more angular, lighter behind, sometimes those types struggle breaking. The number 12, True Connection, is another main track only runner, though they did try the grass last time out. I think he's getting back to his preferred surface. Certainly does not really look like a turf horse. He looks like a dirt horse. He's carrying a lot of good weight and muscle mass coming into this. And once they got the tack on him, he really started to march around the paddock. He's a little bit of a price right now, and maybe could be in the right spot, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. Call to post. We're going to look at this field here coming up to close out this Wednesday card. And coming off the turf, it's actually quite a few. I think it's become a more competitive race because of that. We're going to see the entry at a very short price. Of course, they're both out. Here's the 2, Pull from the rail, blinkers on.
Yeah, has 1 try on the dirt. It was a rained-off race out on a muddy track. Feels like he's got to get a little bit faster.
It's a case to be made for Guile at 11-1.
I like Guile a little bit. I think he's getting back to a preferred surface on the dirt, this son of Blame, Claiborne Farm Stallion. How about Romero Mirage? Went to Finger Lakes, won a race on Monday. The handsome Mirage.
We're going to tell Rajiv you said that. Rob Atras, maybe with the horse to beat, who we'll get to. He's got Bounteous as well.
I thought this horse had a look at a big price at 11-1.
9-5. A lot of love for Riverwalk right now for Mike Maker.
Yeah, getting that drop in class. Only has 1 try on the dirt. That was on debut at Churchill Downs in a maiden allowance.
15-1, smooth and easy.
Yeah, just feel like this one's going to have to find a race a little faster than what we've seen on dirt in the past.
11-1, Fire Baron.
Deep closer on the turf. Now getting back to the dirt. Just don't see a dirt race that would make me have confidence here.
There's our main track only runners. Kidder Carmouche on Bearings for Rob Atras.
Yes, 3-1. Of course, his first time gelding too, and Kendrick gets aboard.
Horse who faced some really good ones against Straight Maiden Company early on. True Connection.
I think a major player. Not crazy about the being drawn a bit wide, but certainly a contender here.
And Crusading for David Jacobson.
Yeah, this horse got claimed for $50,000, then came here at Saratoga and got protected. What I mean is was in for 50, and you see the W right there next to it if you have
against
a form.
winners.
Against winners, and was protected that day, so the horse couldn't get claimed. Now it comes back today.
Yeah, that was an interesting spot. So this will be a little bit easier company, you would think here. 6-1 outside. The main track onlys, JK, what'd you think of this 11, 12, and 13?
Yeah, I mean, I thought that one of these 3 horses felt like the one you wanted. The 5 was a little bit interesting, but the 11 Bearings, whose horse has been entered quite a bit, since that last run was entered. June 21st, scratched. June 27th, scratched. August 2nd, August 4th. I thought Bearings was interesting. I just didn't trust Bearings. The 12, True Connection, was the one that I liked the most, though, who I just thought had some dirt races that made the most sense, and one that I thought might be a little bit ignored on the board. I had a feeling they would bet the 11 in here.
Are you surprised that the 6 is favored in here?
There's the only dirt start was the debut, and that was in a straight maiden race with a couple of horses that were okay in there. I think if you look at the DRF Clocker reports, a couple of pretty big works for this horse. That's part of the reason why. And there is the favorite, Tyler Gaffalione, 2 wins to start the card today.
Yeah, I don't know, JK. I mean, like, the races are good on dirt. I understand the first race on dirt was good or against better, but 2-1?
Yeah, Meg, explain that idea that we talked about on the show before about how a turf horse can fool you for half a mile in a dirt work.
In the mornings, you know, you're going off the pole, right? So you're building, you're galloping into your work. You're not starting from a standstill. And you've got a horse in the bridle, so you're keeping them balanced. And even a horse that's not dirt meant, a true turf horse, will breeze good for half a mile as long as they're in hand and balance. It's when you have to start asking them to run or they have to travel further that they come off the bit, they start to flounder, then it really shows up on them. You know, like we talk about 2-year-old training sales. I could wind up Francis the Mule and make him go fast for a quarter of a mile. You know, really that to me doesn't tell you anything. And the same thing with a turf horse. The turf horse will work well in hand a shorter distance.
But according to Clocker, was doing it impressively.
And that's why this horse is 8-5. I mean, there's only one real Riverwalk, and that's in San Antonio. You could count.
That's the Riverwalk.
That's the original Riverwalk. The one in Oklahoma City they built in, and there's the 6 right there, Riverwalk. The other thing is like you say it all the time, this horse is not very fast either. So, you know, turf speed usually will go to dirt speed. So where's this horse going to come from?
Let's go to Acacia.
And to wrap up what Richie was saying about workouts, I completely agree with him. Take a horse like Big Invasion, who my father-in-law trains. He's nearly won the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint last year, but he is a turf sprinter. He flies in the mornings for 4 furlongs, and that's just how he trains. That's what you'll often see with turf horses. So I think it's just important to take some of those workouts with a grain of salt sometimes, especially when a horse has been running recently on the grass. But as far as Riverwalk is concerned, I mentioned in the paddock, I wanted to see how he was warming up, and Tyler Gaffalione gave him a huge warm-up, taking him away from the pony. Now, his first race was on the main track. He ran okay there. He didn't completely disgrace himself, and he is arguably a better animal overall now. He was very sharp out on the track, kind of throwing his head around a little bit out there. I don't mind him on the dirt, but at such a short price, I just don't know if I completely trust him in this spot. But he is very, very fit, and like I said, had a big warm-up. As I liked the 12 True Connection back in the paddock. Unfortunately, just coming over from Frank Miramati, True Connection, the 12 is a late scratch in here, just taking a long time to warm up. So a late scratch with the 12 True Connection. But the number 4, Guile, as Richie said, he has run better on the main track, but it's interesting. He has more of a pedigree on the bottom side for the turf, and he kind of moves a little bit more like a turf horse. And what I mean by that is that sometimes turf horses have a very high knee action, and you could even see it in his warm-up. But I like that they kept him in here by Claiborne Stallion Blame, as you can see. And if you see him going towards the gate and Romero Mirage jumping off, that is totally normal. He always loads in without the rider, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. So late scratch, True Connection, one of the players in this race coming out. Dylan Davis is now. We'll wait another day for that one. With that, Riverwalk 7-5 now.
Yeah, and you know, it's a tough. Now everybody changed their picks to 11. Yeah, listen, it's a tough proposition now because the 6 is the type of horse you either love or you hate. I mean, let's be honest. This 6 is either going to win this race by a pole or not going to be anywhere close. Well, that's my feeling on the 6.
I guess I have a hard time on where the loving would come from. It doesn't have a lot of early speed. It's had a lot of chances, 0 for 6.
Yeah.
Not at 6. Not at 6 to 5. I mean, I suppose I wouldn't want to get beat by this horse in a multi-race wager, but I didn't.
Hard to love anyone in this race, isn't it? It's just kind of form-wise, it's tough to tell who's going to step up.
But 6 to 5 on a horse that's run one time on the dirt. This horse is going to jog and make us all look like fools, obviously, but I don't get it.
It won't be the first time.
That's true.
Won't be the last time, Wolfie. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But so I brought it up earlier, and you thought, okay, maybe not in that case because the horse has run a lot. But in this case, horse has only been on the dirt once, first start of his career, who's shown big life, working out back on the dirt. This has got to be
so to your
money,
point,
right?
Yeah, to your point, right? Like the horse ran okay first time out on dirt from a figure standpoint. But then now maybe is just a better horse because of the figures that they're now running on the turf. Now getting back on the dirt, maybe it wakes him up. I understand there's a big work, but like to Richie's point, I get that there's a B+ work on the dirt, but it was for half a mile.
Yeah.
So maybe it looked good for that little piece, but it wasn't that great overall.
It's just so different when they have to be asked to run away from the gate. They're not as balanced out. They don't get in the same kind of rhythm. Listen, his one dirt race wasn't terrible, and it was against much, much tougher. So I get it. Maybe he can handle this group. I just don't want him at a short price. You know, I think there's too many questions to take that horse at a short price. I'm going with Guile. I think some of his dirt races were good enough. Bobby Robato is a trainer that races him into condition. He's got his longtime client, Mark Keller. They've been a formidable combination for years. I just think he made a lot of sense, and now he's getting bet down. He was 11-1 a few moments ago. Now he's 7-1.
I will say this, Greg. Pay attention because the 11 is actually favored in the Will Pace when it comes to pick 3s, pick 4s. So, you know, obviously with the scratch of the 12, you're going to go to the favorite. It might flip-flop. Obviously, it's really strong at 7-5 to 5-2, but looking at the Will Pace, the 11 might end up pick favorite or close.
Favorite in the doubles?
Favorite in the pick 3s and doubles, yes.
So there is the 11. Bearings, Kendrick Carmouche. Last 2 starts on synthetic. New gelding. And we'll see what he can bring to the party. Even, you know, you look outside at Crusading, and he was in a maiden special weight against a horse at the time we thought was going to develop into a really nice 3-year-old Catching Freedom. He's shown some ability on dirt.
He was 4th in the Derby. Catching Freedom. And so pretty good horse. It's so, like, you know, David Jacobson's tough to handicap of all trainers.
Well, he's a trainer that will not work his horses fast. If you look at all his horses' works, they're very slow. So this horse hadn't run from January 1st at Oaklawn. I think he just put him in a race against winners last time to get a run into him, and now he's in a much more appropriate spot.
And significant money, though, for the 6. Interesting to see what he can bring to the table here. If he can show us that talent he's shown in the mornings going this mile distance coming up.
Yeah, I mean, the 6 Riverwalk is going to teach us a lesson, or I guess maybe you like the 6 a little bit, sounds like.
I thought this race was wide open.
So the 6 is either going to teach, the 6 is going to teach a lesson, one way or the other.
Yeah.
Here, and that's what's great about this game.
But
right?
would you say this is a kind of race where you want to pay extra attention to the board with money like that on him?
No, because they misbet these all the time.
Okay.
I think you want to take into consideration. I think when you're playing this game, every piece of information that is being offered to you, you're supposed to try to take it in, digest it, and make the best decision possible. So you want to take it in, but I wouldn't get carried away.
Let's go upstairs. Here's Frank Miramati with a nightcap from Saratoga.
Sading going in. They're off. And it's a fast start for Riverwalk. Guile is out quickly too, comes away in 2nd. And Crusading ranges up now, takes that 2nd spot, and is coming after Riverwalk in the opening quarter mile. Then Smooth and Easy, 4th and 5 lengths off the lead. Followed by Bounteous and Fire Baron, who are side by side. Another couple lengths behind them comes Bearings. And another 5 to Pujol. The opening quarter in 24 3/5 seconds, and so it is Riverwalk the controlling speed, with Crusading 2 lengths back in 2nd. As they head toward the half-mile pole, Guile has 5 lengths to make up. It's another 4, back to Smooth and Easy, followed at the rail by Bounteous. Then Fire Baron, a good 15 lengths off the pace. And Bearings starts to unwind outside of that one. There goes Bearings, passing some horses. Still a distance to Peugeot. 47-4 for Riverwalk, who's been left alone, although worked upon to maintain that lead coming toward the quarter pole. It's a 3-length advantage. Guile has moved on the inside to be on even terms with Crusading for second. And behind them, Bearings continues to march forward, swings to the far outside. They're coming to the 8th pole, and it's Riverwalk loose. 5-length lead now. Guile and Bearings are chasing. Still a hand ride from Gaffleone on Riverwalk. Riverwalk by 4.5 lengths. And another easy win. This time it's a riding triple for Tyler Gaffleone as Riverwalk takes him all the way. Bearings clearly second best. Then it was Guile in third and Bounteous checked in fourth.
First 2 on the card for Tyler. Nightcap as well on a 3-win Wednesday afternoon. Give him 19 victories for the meet. And getting back to dirt did work out for Riverwalk. A lot going on at the start, Mick.
Yeah, keep your eye on the towards the outer portion when we get back to the gate here, particularly the 8 horse. He breaks out, and he really accordions the field. The 11 came in a little bit, but you could see the effort that Ramon Vasquez made on the outside horse. It really kind of eliminated the 11.
11 ran giant then, huh?
Ran giant, you know, to finish the way he did, because the horse really got hampered at the break. Listen, horses can break in, they can break out, things happen at the start. Riders have to be more responsible. They're capable of straightening up horses faster. The stewards have to hold their feet to the fire about it, and you'd see a lot cleaner starts.
And this, you think this is a situation where that young man may be held accountable?
I don't know if they will, because they tend not to adjudicate any kind of things that go on the gate, and they don't punish riders very often at the gate. But that's something where a steward has to sit a rider down and say, hey, I know a horse broke out, but you have to make an effort. This is where horses and riders can be injured, and you've got to be careful about that. Listen, Riverwalk was good, got an easy lead, kept on running. I do think that potentially the 11 Bearings was the best horse after being hampered at the break the way he was, but horse caught the right field. And Tyler Gaffleone, 4 mounts today, 3 wins. And when I went 3 for 4 in a day, the first call I made when I was done riding was to my agent, thanking them. So Matt Musiker does a really great job for Tyler, and thank you for putting me on live horses today.
And if you had the 12, you get a little bit back here.
You get Riverwalk the favorite.
You get Riverwalk the favorite. So your pick 5 is going to be a little bit less here on the 6 here at 7-5. But, yeah, the break out of the gate cost you 11 the race. But, listen, Riverwalk, you don't know. There might have been a lot more left in the tank. He was on cruise control.
Those works in this case were telling. Got to the front and keeps on going. And Tyler Gaffleone with a big Wednesday here. Both Tyler and trainer Mike Maker with huge Wednesdays and best, well, Maker had that incredible start a few summers ago, but one of the best Saratoga starts he's ever had. We'll be back to wrap up this finale right after a break.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe.
Spandarella could not have been more impressive.
The sun shines bright on this value sire.
Fair down 25, fair down 25, fair down. Thank you. Right here, 525,000.
Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at nairabets.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on our Wednesday Saratoga live coverage on Fox Sports 2, regional networks out in Southern California. Thanks for being with us. What a beautiful scene that is, that we get to experience this for 40 days through the summer. True blessing. 3-win day for that man right there. Tyler Gaffalione took the first 2 on the card, takes the nightcap as well on Riverwalk. Let's go to Acacia.
Yeah, strong Wednesday for sure, winning more than a third of the races as Tyler. Big Wednesday afternoon, taking the nightcap here. But you use this horse's speed after that spirited warm-up. How much of a key do you think that is at this level?
You know, with the race coming off the turf, there wasn't much speed in the race, especially dirt form. So I figured my horse had great works over it, let him keep a clear face, and he got brave out there. But he warmed up so good, it gave me a ton of confidence going into the gate.
Yeah, what is that feeling like, especially going turf to dirt when they seem to be really handling it out there, and he looked like he was just raring to go?
It was, you know, looking at his form, he only had the one race first time out on the dirt, so you kind of give him a pass on that. And Mr. Wyckoff said that he's been training great over it, so he gave him all the confidence going into this race. And when they bring him over like that, it's just nice to hang on and get the job done.
3-win Wednesday for you, as mentioned. What is that feeling like? You know, we've talked before about you coming in to New York for this meet, not really staying here year-round, and being able to put on a show like this at a very competitive meet.
So it's so amazing, to be honest. A lot of credit goes to the horsemen. They bring the horse over ready. We've just been fortunate trips and working out, getting in the spots when we need them. Just a combination of things, and of course, my agent does a good job. So it's a big team effort.
Well, of course, we're going to keep an eye on the weather this weekend, but in the 4-star day, you're going to be aboard Carl Spackler and family horse as well. But we talked about how he seems to love running on the inner turf here. He seems like an incredibly athletic horse. What's it like riding him?
He's incredible. He's so athletic, like you said. He's got such a nice turn of foot. We haven't really been able to see it so much this year just because small fields and slow paces, but we'll see what happens come Saturday, and hopefully we can get the job done for the family.
We look forward to it. Congratulations on a great day here, though.
Thanks so much.
Greg?
Yeah, riding for father-in-law in that big race coming up over the weekend. Riverwalk, $4.90 for the win. And with the day that Tyler Gaffalione had today, Mig, it's basically been a 2-man race in the jockey standings. Put himself back into the mix here.
Listen, we've got so many riders riding in such good form right now. We'll get lost looking at the 2 leaders, right? Irad Ortiz and Fabian Prat. Takes nothing away from how deep this colony is.
And don't forget, J.K. Arad, 3-day suspension coming up. He's going to serve that August 14th through the 16th next week.
Yeah, and obviously those 3 days are going to be a great opportunity for Flavian and for Tyler to try to make up some ground, and should lead to us having a pretty nice finish to the wire. I mean, obviously we don't want that for Irad, but it is what it is, and so we'll see what happens.
See if someone else can step up in the mix, too, and pick up some wins when Irad's out. Coming up, early stakes action tomorrow. Got the John Morrissey. And Rotney is coming out of the Grade 2 True North. He's been big in open company before. Now he's going to face New York Breds again. Against New York Breds, he's been very tough.
Yeah, he's been extremely tough against New York Breds, and he looks to be the best horse in here. And we saw that a little bit earlier with, I'm going blank now, obviously,
Sterling Silver.
Excuse me, yeah. You know, when you have the best horse in the field, sometimes that can just be enough to help him get home.
Well, you're 10 for 20 lifetime, you're a racehorse.
Yeah.
And that's what he is. He's pretty game, and he wins half of his races. I do think the younger horse, Lightman, the 3, that's 4 for 5 lifetime, and maybe Sheriff Bianco, but you know, Sheriff Bianco just checks in second too much. This horse likes to win races.
This horse likes to win. He's fast, and he'll fight you for it. He's the package. Homebred for Buck Butler, his wife Loretta. He shows up, brings his lunch pail, goes to work.
Yeah, and again, when he shows up against New York Breds, they're usually in trouble. We'll see if that is the case early on. That's race 3 on the Thursday card coming up tomorrow, 2:18 Eastern start time for that John Morrissey, who you did not want to meet in the back alley.
There is a sign not far from where I live where he fought Yankee Sullivan in Boston Corners because it was a Commonwealth. There was no law there. Bare knuckle boxing was outlawed at the time, and he won in the 37th round. They just fought until somebody won.
Well, he had a huge fight.
rounds.
You saw Gangs in New York. Bill the Butcher, played by Daniel Day-Lewis, fought him for quite a long time, went on and on and on, and eventually, I'm not going to say how it happened, but eventually we had no more Bill the Butcher.
John Morrissey was acquitted, though. Self-defense. That's the true story.
Became a congressman.
Yeah.
A lot of history here at this racetrack. So we look forward to that coming up tomorrow. We got some big races, obviously, to look forward to coming up this weekend. And the biggest, this 4-Star Dave that we look forward to. We heard from Tyler. He'll be aboard for the fam on Carl Spackler. What do you expect to see from him, JK?
I'm looking forward to Carl kind of taking that next step, right? He's been good, but he has not taken that next step to that grade 1 level, and this could be his coming out party. And I told you guys before, it's a trivia you can at the bar you can win. To try to get someone to pick a grade 1 that Chad Brown hasn't won at Saratoga, it's almost a giggle to me that he hasn't won this race.
See if that changes coming up this weekend. Still a lot of tremendous action to come this week as we're just getting started into it. Wednesday was a little subdued Wednesday start to this week here, but the action's going to ramp up as we move along here.
Yeah, you got a tremendous few days of racing coming on. And obviously, hopefully, we got to hope the weather stays away. So pray for no more rain so we can have some great turf racing.
People are still recovering from
the sale.
Yeah, trust me.
You going to tell us what you did Monday night?
I didn't do anything illegal. I was just out having a good time.
just a late night out for JK. We will see you tomorrow. We're back 1 Eastern start time on our Fox Sports 2 coverage with Saratoga Live. We hope to see you tomorrow as we get back to it from the premier meet in the country. Johnstone Mile was our feature on this Wednesday afternoon. Sterling Silver, what a performance this was. Final time won't show it, but this was remarkable. Geared down late. 8th career win for this 5-year-old mare for Bill Mott. We'll see Rodney, who we were just talking about, the John Morrissey, 3rd race on the Thursday card. And Carl Spackler, Tyler Gaffleone, 3-win day today. He'll be aboard for E5 and Chad Brown on Saturday.